But damn, you know I got it. Yeah, you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, weak by wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well damn you know I got it. Damn you know I got it.
nobody got it like
You know.
got it like
Let's go.
nobody got it like
Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team. I'm tripping, juice tripping. I got the game, vice gripping, no permission. Everything green, night vision. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. I ain't tripping, drip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Chiqui, escucha loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco, puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto, todo lo que tengo lo comparto, y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto, vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si la situación te asusta, enfréntala. Si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha. Si la alegría te abraza, acéptala. Si la suerte no te roza, búscala. Nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad. De tu libertad. Tengo la fuerza, vivir no me espanta. Si me conoces sabe bien que no soy santa. No me privo de lo que me encanta. Si no hay razones para que lo haga, no. Me gustan los problemas, sabe que yo ando como quiera, no digo que no. Yo soy a mi manera, no me arrepiento. Escucha mi consejo, mi amigo. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas.
body to the sound of the tuba. Body to the sound of the tuba.
you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't. Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Elohim, you're home? Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime to save a wall. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys of the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, 'cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just 'cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, 'cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games, we want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just 'cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, Moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
A second night, an hour ago, so I am still awake. I've said I love you so many times, but the meaning is starting to fade. You and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. The feeling just can't seem to go away. I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your great sweat. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. And I'm here trying to think of you with somebody else. But that creeping thought is slowly helping me hate myself. No, you and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. But the feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Overwhelmed by the smell of your great sweat. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Always Wanna Fly, Andriy Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5 for Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav. Nickname is Viposhka. I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G. I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Soneka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane.
Season 1 of the DPC sent 3 of the Eastern European teams to the Singapore Major, and they did not do so well. The Eastern European teams are going to have to do better. No better place to hone that competition here at ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Now, ESL made the mistake of making me the host of this show, so I am now the captain. You guys are going to have to enjoy a different show here. And of course, every Captain Kirk needs his crew, his faithful crew alongside him. I've got some red shirts who are going to be joining me. It is going to be Kyle and Brian. Come on down to the planet.
So he gets to be Spock, right? And that makes me...
I mean, I said red shirts. I was implying that you're not going to be making it off the planet. Sorry, Kyle.
Is that all I am to you? Is just a color and a shirt?
No, of course not, Brian. I was talking
Speaking
mostly
of
about
shirts,
Kyle. You are my
I
Spock.
want to show everyone this shirt because I found this for Brian in Malaysia like 3 years ago, and I think it's perfect.
Yes.
Can you read the caption? Yes, you can. It states, anybody can do what I do with a banana superimposed on it. That was just randomly at the mall.
That was at the mall. We did not custom order this shirt, even though it seems way too good. Well, am I the only one that's sitting?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a standing show, Brian. We like to do things very official here at ESL One. I know you missed out. You got to sit down at home, but you're finally here.
It's just so comfy, and I feel so comfortable around you guys, you know?
He's lying. The chair is not comfortable. The company is comfortable. I love working on your shows, Cap. I like Shiver a lot more because he's watching, but you're okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, Shiver is here. She's going to be doing some social media, and she's going to be creating some content for us, which is super exciting. But, gentlemen, we're here. We're going to be talking about the Eastern European teams, and we saw the Singapore Major, came and went. Where were the CIS teams? Where were the Eastern European teams?
Navi was about 7 minutes from my house, watching from their boot camp because
you can't sit down. I'll
No. I'm gonna be a follower in this case.
Okay, then I will sit first.
Okay, then I will join you.
What's Brian? Brian's wearing like fancy shoes. What are you wearing fancy shoes? Never mind.
They're
no comment.
comfy.
I'm going to continue standing and talk about my boys in Na'Vi. I think that's, to me, the biggest storyline of this season because, one, they didn't make it to the major, but two, they, depending on your definition of trust, may have broke it a little bit. General was kicked from the team 2 days. 1 day before the actual opens would start, so I don't believe he's actually participating in this season, which sucks. And through the grapevine in Ukraine, I will tell you, a lot of people in Kyiv do not think this is a great idea. Ramses is a huge pedigree, obviously tons of fan base, like he has that shampoo commercial. He was on the front page of a magazine, but just because he's got the pedigree doesn't mean he's necessarily an improvement. In addition, they have so much bad karma now, like so much of it.
Nobody wants you to win, especially after that, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Just got this look. Sorry, I don't know what are you looking at me like that?
I mean, I enjoy the story. I love that you're setting it up, Kyle. Thank you.
Okay. Should I continue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I interrupted myself. But yeah, that's a big deal. It was kind of crazy. Na'Vi is like, I cannot explain just how big of a brand they are in Ukraine. Like the most popular sushi restaurant in Ukraine is owned by Simple. Like famous Counter-Strike player also on Na'Vi. So yeah, this was kind of big news. A lot of commentators on the Russian language side were not fans.
Yeah, there's just something about hearing the stacks that kind of do it, where the way the system works right now is, I think just one person owns the team, right? And that person can technically do anything they want with the roster. There was the NA drama where they kicked like 3 people the night before. But it's one thing to hear about the random stacks, but when an organization does it, I don't know, it's just something.
It's not the org though.
Well, it is the players inside of it.
But you're representing the org, is what I'm saying. Like, there's like a name behind it.
Sure. Okay, but yeah, because when you said that, I just thought about NIP choosing as an organization to kick Seneko.
Oh, yes.
And
that was a very odd one.
That
was history. Players have always had the power, and that was a rare exception.
That was very rare. And there was a commentator on this desk, me, who said publicly that's a very bad idea. And then what do you know? 3-4 months later, there is no more NIP in Dota. Y'all should stick to Counter-Strike.
So are you publicly saying that Na'Vi is not going to do as well with Ramses compared to General? Are you going to stick by all of the rumors and hearsay that you're hearing?
I don't think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be better than VP, which is why you make this kind of change.
Okay.
And I think that Gambit, we'll see how they perform today. Like this matchup to me is one of the deciders, and it's the first one to kick off the season because no one has adjusted with Gambit. They didn't look perfect at the major, but they performed. They were like right at the cusp of qualifying out of the wild card.
I was about to say they lost the tiebreaker to Liquid, right?
Yeah, they ended up beating Liquid. So let's talk about Gambit first, right? They go through that wild card. They come very close. They also beat Liquid 2-0 in that entire thing, but then end up in a tiebreaker against Liquid, lose 1 game.
Yeah.
Not a series. They lose 1 game. They're beat up by Liquid. God. Liquid goes on to place 9th through 12th, and honestly, at that point in time, Gambit probably doesn't even care that much because it's not like Liquid got any more points.
The biggest thing is LGD, though. They came from the wild card. So just because the team they lost to didn't necessarily do that great, you could miss out on a lot of, because 7 out of 8 teams move on from the group stage once they made it past the wild card. That was the hard part.
What's wild is I just think it's crazy. We've been memeing about this, but Gambit played 5 series and then the tiebreaker. This entire season, 6 weeks of Dota, they'll play 7 series. That wild card was over 2 days. This is over 6 weeks. It's just but hey, different style. So Gambit, you had time. Now it's this series that matters. VP did not perform, I think, as well as people would have expected. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they in my opinion, they pretty much just bottomed out, right? They start in the upper bracket. They lose 1 series. They drop down. They win 1, but then they end up going out against Thunder Predator. They play 7th through 8th, barely getting some DPC points and some money.
They got bodied by Thunder Predator.
Yeah.
2-0.
When you say bottom out, for me, for whatever reason, VP as an organization, even though it's a completely different roster than it used to be, they just have this ability to look like they just didn't want to play. I don't know how to explain it. Like, they didn't have that flair, that tenacity that a lot of these other teams have. They have the skill, they have the roster that they need to do it, but I don't know. Like, I want to see that gusto that I don't know. Do you guys know what I'm saying?
Talking about restaurants backstage, you can.
Do you know what I'm saying or no?
Spice.
I can get what you're saying. The Virtus Pro that we saw here in last season that was an incredibly dominant force.
They had swagger,
that
man.
Had swagger. Like, they got out-swaggered
They
by Thunder
four-position
Predator really hard.
Huskard a team.
Absolutely, right? A team that is willing to do 4-position jungle Huskar, right? I'm expecting some kind of flair to come into the major. I'm expecting this Virtus Pro team. They're young, they're hungry, and I'm expecting them with a LAN event that doesn't have an audience, right, to be able to pop off. And they were
That's
very
what I'm
quiet.
basically getting at. I was very hyped watching them throughout the course of the DPC, and then I was like, like they kind of just dudded out during the major.
Kyle, would you attribute that perhaps in part because they are such a young team that this was their first major together? Many of those players don't have any LAN experience.
Hard to say. I think they also got a bit unlucky. You know, Thunder Predator specifically was running hot.
And they also matched into LGD in the upper bracket. So two very hot teams. They basically had to match up against a team that did very well in the wild cards and did even better in groups. And then Thunder Predator, who dominated groups.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty unlucky draw if you think about it. But hard to say. You know, we consider, Secret came in undefeated. They also, you could say, underperformed. That was their main scrim partner. So going into that tournament, I think that VP Secret were in a lot of people's like top 5s at least maybe even top 3, and didn't really perform in the way that they expected. And maybe that's just a misread of the meta. International Dota is also typically very odd. And you don't really know what the hell's gonna happen. Like,
let's rock, paper, scissors sometimes.
I finished 5th at a major.
Well, as we started the show talking about the CIS teams, basically we're talking about the CIS teams need to be able to do better, right? They just didn't really stand out at the major. Fortunately, Na'Vi wasn't even there. So this season, we're going to have to see some improvements, and hopefully we go into the next major looking even better. Let's talk about some of the teams who are going to be competing against those 3 others that we've already mentioned. Take a look at all the teams that are listed here with our standings, as we've got some fresh faces as well. Let's talk about the newcomers.
Wow, extreme.
We've got the lower division teams, now upper division teams, Windstrike and PuckChamp.
Yeah. Windstrike looked real good, Division 2. I think they finished pretty much uncontested.
I believe they both
spot.
went 6-1.
I think that there's a shot that these teams make waves, but ultimately it's once again 4-4. You know, Na'Vi, VP, AS Monaco Gambit, Team Spirit, definitely your favorites. And the other 4 with something to prove. We saw Team Unique barely hang on. They won that tiebreaker against Empire to remain in this upper division. Extremum with G look a bit shaky. Sometimes they look like they could beat anybody, and other times like they're Division 2.
Yeah, if you're not the 3 that made it last time, you're going to have to surprise me. That's really all there is to it. I think there was a clear division, even though like we saw some contest.
No, then just NA performs at one major, and suddenly Brian gets all elitist. Like, you'll need to impress me. I did not see anything of much.
I just remember seeing
Why did he become the Godfather? Go ahead, Brian.
There's just a clear divide between the 3 teams that made it and everyone else. That's what it felt like. More so in this region than, especially in EU, which was like all close. And
Team Spirit was maybe within shouting distance, but there was still a gap between, like, it felt like there was a big gap, especially between Virtus Pro and Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Right, and everybody else. So this time, Kyle, it seems like you're a little bit more cautious. I remember the start of Season 1, you were back in Empire, you're saying these guys, they're going to upset everybody.
That's
you don't
when
feel
we knew they weren't going to make it.
Yeah. You don't feel the same way about PuckChamp or Windstrike?
I think they'll be stronger.
Okay.
For sure. There were no invites, or rather opens, if I'm not mistaken, for the qualifier to get into Division 1 last season.
Yes.
Just 8 invited teams. They all played each other for advanced. I think the opens and then the Division 2 promotion leave that a lot more. I think that the Division 2 teams will just be better, straight up. I think it's the same can even be said in Europe, which might be more controversial. As for this season, one final point I'd make is, man, Ramses on Na'Vi, no one on Gambit, Solo somewhere adrift. Where's Pasha is on VP, but why don't the other 3? Why didn't they just play together again? That VP, that legendary roster is now scattered, and the players haven't found much success since.
Well, there was that documentary, and that is part of the reason why people have a bit of an opinion about Ramses, right? Is that he, communication-wise, it seemed like he was a bit antagonistic to be able to work with, right? And it seemed like the atmosphere in there, I think, just killed the team entirely. I feel like all 5 players are just like, all right, let's just split ways.
I did play a pub against Ramses, and he killed me, and he tipped me every single time. So he's not a friendly person.
Is it not normal?
Nice
I know a
tipping.
lot of players do that to you, Brian.
It was not nice tipping. It wasn't like, it's okay, you'll get him next time tipping. It's like, you know, stay down kind of tipping.
Well, didn't know there was a difference. I don't get tipped too often.
Yeah, well, you have to actually play Dota in order to get a tip, Kyle. So we're going to give a little bit of break for Kyle and a little bit of break for ourselves, as we do have the lower division match that is still happening right now. We're going to go ahead and put that up on the screen for you guys. Of course, you can also check that out at ESL Dota, I believe, B. You can check that out as well, casted by Avo Plus and Seek and Strike.
Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat. G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room. We'll be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around.
The puck has been found and maybe even killed. Aina channeling the ultimate. They're not going to cancel it either. They're instead going to duel onto the Drow Ranger, and she might even win this duel. This is going to be the Nightmare to save her a bit of trouble here. They really want the Drow, but they're not going to get her. She gets away with the Manta style. No fear. Going to be summoning the Golem there, but they have it down again, and that's only one of two ultis used there by Pasha. AM shows up to the fight maybe for a second, quickly realizes it's going south, and he just bolts.
I mean, AM only has a Battlefield Yasha. What are you supposed to do in the team fight, right? You just don't have damage, even with a Warlock Golem. It seems weird that you picked such a... Oh, they actually might find him? No way. Toss on top of that? The Echo Saber? No, Watson will survive. Ooh, that was close, though.
Just barely.
Thank God he has the full counterspell now instead of maxing the mana break instead, huh? Anyway, the choice there by Bait to fight, I don't know, it feels like you don't have anyone to play around here. Nobody's giving you damage, a lot of team fight, and nothing to combine it with. And actually, Shadow Shaman finds the AM. We have Shackles. Yeah, it's enough time for Tiny just to walk here, waddle over, Echo Saber, and not even needed, apparently. The toss will be sufficient to finish off this poor AM.
Yeah, that was a bit rough there. AM getting caught there for the 4th time. His farm, okay, but he's only got 4 more gold than Pasha, who quickly farms another wave, and he's right back up there. Pasha, by the way, using an ulti. They're going to try and just fight the LC right outside of their base with 4 heroes alive on bait.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, TSA just ready. He's going to go for the counter initiation. Does manage to get the Carapace off in time. That'll save at least Limitless from getting tossed back to his death, which is a very real possibility, but Dendi just cannot find the opportunity to counter initiate there.
That little smoke here by Prosti Esli. Let's see if they can find anyone, or just a smoke to get to the tower faster, maybe? They have Solar Crest on Bane, by the way, which has been an itemization we've seen a lot of the Bane. Yeah, he doesn't need any items, so you might as well buy Solar Crest.
He had Blink queued up, actually, and I thought he was going to commit for it, but then he decided to dump his money into the Solar Crest as well. I think it's a great item as well. I think Blink is also an interesting perspective. They're going to catch Watson yet again. The Dota knowledge here at least does manage to counterspell away the Shackle, so maybe he can live 2 seconds on the Blink. Doesn't look like they'll continue the chase here. That would have been quite the death there, unfortunately. I mean, to answer your question, Avo, I think that's what the smoke was for. They knew that we killed AM top lane, we showed bottom, we shoved bottom hard, we'll just take mid, rotate all the way back to top, and see if we can catch anyone else farming the wave.
Yeah, it's been too easy to catch up to this AM, honestly. Usually he's effective because he can cut lanes in the mid game, right? You can just really blink forward and cut lanes super easily, and then at least he creates space for your team that way. But in this game, since Tiny's been catching him, he's been playing more as just a very low mobility carry with 0 farm. And you were saying it earlier as well, like, oh, his farm's okay, but you don't pick AM for okay farm. You pick him for great farm.
Yeah,
if you have to say that, it's looking bad.
Exactly. We at least had TSA snipe the outpost, but it'll be back in control here before you can say Cowabunga, dude. Pasha already having that one reclaimed for the team, making sure there's no opportunity for AM to try and sneak out and TP to an outpost and get into the triangle yet again. Even if he did that, they've got a ward here as well, just waiting for him.
Seems like Drow is also thinking about the butterfly next, which is a very common pickup, great especially against AM, who doesn't like going for MKB. So, yeah, I'm making it more difficult for him to jump the Drow, which is the only way they can win this. Warlock walking up to the high ground, hoping to deward the triangle. I don't think you're in a position where this is even possible, because even if you deward this, are you going to fight your triangle? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's to try and at least make any movement on the map without being spotted. You can see, I mean, look at this, like, pitch-perfect ward placement. I believe this Observer ward is just out of range of the sentry he placed down. So he's not even going to be able to find this D-ward. It's a little hard to tell, but I believe it's just out of range, which is just absolutely ridiculous. That's the second time this game has happened, but they're looking for the AM, just getting the blink away in time.
Do we have blink on the Shaman? We do not. So AM should be able to survive this. Actually gets a nice little TP there. Okay, and you forced a couple rotations. That's the space that AM usually makes. But you need the Legion with you to afford that, right? And Legion is not going for the short build, by the way. She's going for Hood Defiance instead, which was a traditional build on Legion. Actually tried to go for the pipe, and now the Blink Dagger. So no innovation on this Legion Commander, which makes her the old Legion Commander, which I don't love.
Yeah, and that's not a B+ Legion, is it? That's more of a C, isn't it? That's not the Legion Commander that you show off on the report card to your parents and then ask to go for ice cream.
My parents never gave me ice cream. They went either A's or nothing, and then if I got an A, they wouldn't beat me, and that was my reward.
Oh,
so.
oh my goodness! Oh
Yeah.
my goodness! Very strict parents, of course.
Hispanic parents. No, that's not true, actually. By the way, my parents didn't do that. They never ever looked at my report cards.
Ah.
That's the Hispanic way.
That
That's
is kind of Hispanic way. Drow Ranger, though, going to start up for second Roshan here. Butterfly completed in 1,000 gold. We're probably going to get that Butterfly. Let's push high ground here. Brewmaster looking for, after his BKB now, the Blink Dagger. We're getting just so many items here. I mean, they've already demolished Roshan. There's an AC on Tiny. He's going to go ahead and consume the Shard. So there we go. Tree Grab has no charge limit. Ready to go.
So now you can start itemizing as carry Tiny, which I like, because he already went for the AC, right? So it suits him in this kind of playstyle. It also is really good for sieging high ground, by the way, which AC is also really good for. And guess what? You also have Solar Crest. So Tiny is going to be a high ground sieging machine.
Yeah, he's going to be up here in no time whatsoever. He's got Cheese ready to go. No BKB, but whoa, okay. Golem being dropped. They're just in. Immediately Watson fighting with the team on this one. Didn't even get off the Mana Void. That's how quickly the Shaman went down, but the buyback instantly from the LC, who did also drop, but they caught Watson.
It was so easy for them, honestly. Drow just literally sidestepped a bit. It was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm gonna murder everyone.
They went in without Dendi. He was farming bottom. He was finishing eggs.
Yep. Yeah, he had Dream Coil as well. No, sorry, he didn't have Dream Coil as well. So, yep. That didn't work out. I mean, regardless though, all the Hawk had to do was literally sidestep that fight. If sidestepping is what wins you a fight, then you're in a bad position. And now with Tiny, with his Shard, the push to the towers is just so quick. You lost the Golem as well, so there's no way you can fight this. I mean, if they want to go high ground, I would commend them to do so.
Yeah, I think
there we go. Primal Split's available as well. Oh, he's been silenced, dueled as well, but they stopped the Legion Commander. Can they kill her in time? Nightmare, nice. Just trade Nightmares for a while. As Pasha decides, hey, I can actually win this duel. He still has the second charge of the split. So they're just going to manage to get this extra kill on the Legion Commander. And once the lane pushes, they'll take down the Rex.
Yeah, another big problem they have here is they can all kind of do, especially the four heroes that were not dueled to the three heroes, they could all help from range. So even though they were hit by the Fatal Bonds and maybe a worse team would have all gone in there to kill the LC, you know, within melee range, that's what would have gotten them killed. But the patience there prevails. They know that they don't really need to do anything else there. They caught Dendi with the Hex. There goes TSA on the way in at the very least, trying to save Dendi. He's got buyback. He's going to need to use it instantly. TSA has already gone down as Watson, at the very least, able to just barely get the blink away, covered by the counter spell. You've lost the LC. That was a dieback earlier for her, so still down to 30. No fear, just forced to run away.
You can take 3 lanes.
GG?
Nothing stops you. GG, there we go. Yeah, they realized. Honestly, AM just didn't work out. I'm not the biggest fan of AM this pack in general, by the way. I don't think he's the greatest pick. I thought, okay, so you picked AM, you must have a strat.
It is time to kick off the second season of the Eastern European DPC. And what better way to kick it off than Virtus Pro, the number 1 seed of Season 1, against AS Monaco Gambit, the number 3 seed from Season 1. This is, I am actually surprised we're starting off with this matchup because I feel like normally we wait until the end to save some of these matches because, you know, got to keep things interesting. Don't want to have any dead rubber matches. So it's nice to be able to start this with a match that I feel like is really going to matter quite a bit.
Yeah, I think on a new patch, just got off of disappointing results. There's a lot of moving factors again. We said it the other day between Liquid and Alliance, and it's just crazy to me that this match might decide the standings going into the entire major. And it's like 7 weeks away.
On an entirely new patch that is less than a week old at this point in time. Kyle, do you are you a little bit trepidatious for Virtus Pro, or are you confident that it doesn't matter?
You're really showing off today, huh, folks? I'd say, yeah, I think it definitely favors Gambit, right? Because VP, you got to assume, is a better team in the sense that they've played together longer. They've probably had a lot more experience kind of fleshing out their style. And they were really good on the last patch. Whereas now things have equalized. There's all this weird stuff, shard timings, new heroes have been added, map changes. The way you actually play Dota feels like very different. I think Roshans are being taken a lot earlier, specifically. So yeah, anything can happen.
Is there anything playstyle or hero-wise that is specific to one of these two teams that you think is beneficial for this patch? Or is it just generally the fact that new patch benefits the underdog team?
Well, I think Bounty Hunter probably benefits everyone in the CIS region. I do know Virtus Pro loves it, but everyone here loves it. And I think the new open map, what I've noticed in my games here is that the way people farm is that they actually go around as like 4 farming jungle to jungle, because otherwise it's just not safe enough. There's like so many ways to invade different areas. The triangle's harder to deward, it's harder to protect yourself. So I think the way this patch changes everything is that it forces you to even fight more than these regions already did.
For my games as well, I've realized warding and all the new spots have provided some complications. I think the outpost control in earlier tier 2s became more valuable because the shorter TP time to the outpost, it's just better centered, I feel. And I'd like to see more mid heroes that can take stacks. I'm really hoping we see no one on a Dire SF. I think that is a really strong hero side combination because the Dire jungle is just kind of broken if you're able to take stacks easily. And I love watching him play SF.
And what about Virtus Pro? Like, for them anyway, what was something, at least in Season 1, that made them stand out so much?
Hey, the Huskar. No memes. It's actually been buffed. How about like an actual Huskar?
Okay, so not like a 4-position Huskar.
Yeah, like
an
actual like mid Huskar.
GPK Huskar.
It got buffed a lot. His shard's crazy. The items he buys, Armlet Satanic. I could easily see it happening.
And very similar to one of his best heroes in the Viper, right? Which was near constantly banned in Season 1.
Yeah. A lot of these heroes, like Viper and SF, who were previously kind of like utility magic damage heroes, are actually getting played like right clickers because the Dragonlance buffs, even Manton range heroes as a viable option. So
Shadow Fiend. Telling you, it's back. It's good.
Kind of basis, Aghanim Scepters and Aghanim Shards are usually beneficial to those kind of heroes as well, right? Gives them a way to be able to scale. Huskar especially has been the beneficiary of that shard upgrade that he got.
The problem I have with the new patch coming out right before these types of series, like these pivotal series, is that the ag shards are things nobody in the game's ever seen before. Yeah. Like, it's not stuff that you're like, okay, I remember this hero in previous patches, we'll adjust to what it used to do. It's like, it makes the hero do something completely different than it's ever done.
Yeah. Dota's a lot about feel. It's not like, oh, they're professionals, they should know all the changes. Yeah, sure, you can look over it and you can study for it like it's a math test, but it's more about an understanding of how strong will this hero be? How strong will we be? Because you can get into a situation, like the first time we saw Medusa with a second item rapier, right? It's like, whoa, shit. They're just walking down lanes. He's hitting our tier 3.
My tier 3's dead in 5 seconds.
It's 23 minutes into the game. We weren't ready for this. You know, it doesn't matter what you see in the change. It's experiencing it like in the field. That's where you get the experience. And that's why I do think that this series will really just be decided on draft and maybe a couple of early team fights because there's going to be a strategic advantage one way or another.
Well, one of the great strengths of Virtus Pro is the fact that they are a young team, and we've talked to them a couple times, and they're a bunch of players who were just grinding games non-stop. And one of the players who grinded a significant amount was Save, who originally started off in 5K MMR in your own bracket. He was there. Let's check.
Down there's the Ravage. Onto the three of them. Sets up. Turns not to be completely ignored as GPK jumps over towards the Luna. Two-shot does find the call. They'll probably clinch, but they just killed the Luna so damn quickly as it's a team wipe.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP. Well, I play like 8 years Dota, but seriously I started only like, let's say 5 years ago. 2016, I had 5K MMR in Dota, and I just played a lot of Dota, honestly, some 15 pubs a day. I come from school, started playing every day, so now I'm here.
Set up for potential turnaround kills, and here they come, 3 dead, and soon to be 4 by looks of it. His dreams just run down as the combo that they drafted for him.
I think this season is gonna be harder for us than last season, because it's new patch right now, and every time new patch comes, I think chances are kinda gonna be the same for many games. I think gonna be a lot of random games. For example, our next game against Gambit, I think is gonna be really some random game.
Bunch of young players who have been playing a lot of Dota, some of it together in party queue games, and that was actually how they kind of started together as a little bit of a stack, and now they've come back together as a Virtus Pro squad, a very dominant squad that has pretty much lost to none of the Eastern European teams. They've pretty much only lost to international competition. They've lost to European teams, they've lost now to both China and South America, but when it comes to the Eastern European division, they just seem to dominate. Like, I don't really know, like, what other way to be able to set this up for the rest of these teams. Like, these guys are the Goliath, and everybody else is David.
Yeah, everyone's got their play styles. Every region does, and CIS, they seem to be the best at that play style. Whether how that play style matches up against all the other ones seems to not be so good, but they clearly have a better grasp on it. But the new patch, I'm telling you, I feel like it can throw enough wrenches in the equation, especially if they were to drop a series or two early on where you haven't gotten the full chance to adjust yet.
All right, so Kyle, AS Monaco Gambit then, what do they need to do in order to take down Virtus Pro? What is something that you remember from Season 1 that was like, okay, I like what they did here, let's expand on that?
I just want to make sure that they have balance. I think VP thrive when they can out-team fight you. You know, a lot of the time, if you look at their openers, it was DM playing Timbersaw or Tidehunter, it was a Lion 4. And right there, that gives you the tools as VP to pick pretty much any mid, any carry. You're going to have catch, you're going to have plenty of control, and good team fight. So I want to make sure you're able to match that. Potentially even just get rid of those offlaners, because I think both are still very powerful in the meta. And give no one a win condition hero. I keep mentioning SF, but when I think no one, I think of heroes like SF. I think about his Death Prophet. I want to see him on a hero that can scale and also be the source of tower damage for his team.
And for drafting wise, I mean, BSJ, you were pointing to where drafting in a new patch could give you a big advantage. And Sineko is definitely a standout captain, right? Like, he's had a lot of experience. He's done very well on various tier 2 rosters. Do you think he has what it takes to be able to elevate a squad into full tier 1 and take on true international competition?
Well, if you're going to throw something new at people, I think you have to have like a clear vision. And I think being an experienced captain will help you do that. Just in a new patch, like, everyone has their own ideas. They see the notes and they see, wow, that might work with that, or this hero that previously couldn't be played as 5, we can play it now, and since that can be played as 5, we can pick SF mid. Yeah, I'm just throwing something random out there to make Kyle feel better about his suggestions. But the point is that having that experience, the difficulty if you're a new captain is to pick a well-rounded game plan while also like drafting for the lanes and drafting for getting past the early game. So that I think that will help him in the new patch.
To paraphrase Brian, you want to make sure to have a good draft. You don't want a bad draft.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great advice, Kyle. Thank you very much. Maybe Sineko will expand on that a little bit more, or more accurately, he's going to be talking about the CIS region in general and the quality of the region. Let's see.
A little bit longer. Sineko gives him an opening. Turn around. There goes the shot. Roger, is that enough?
So about our wildcard, we were ready like for 200%, I would say, because in bootcamp we had over 80% win rate against good teams, I would say. We started good against T1, then we meet Vici Gaming. We lost 0-2, but all of these games were close, and unfortunately we didn't manage to end the game, and kinda we disappointed. but we learned a lot.
They know. Yeah, Slayer walking into no one immediately. Look at that damage. Boom, down he goes.
In my opinion, CIS can just fight with any of region, but for it we need to have more experience in LAN, I'm sure. Virtus Pro, who is best in our region, just were smashed 2 times in a row on winner bracket and loser bracket, and they didn't show their best performance, even close. And they could win easily if they were not affected by the LAN, I'm sure. So they got some experience, and next time it will much better. And about like CIS, I'm pretty sure if we keep work, not easily, but we can just fight with any region.
Dota's always had a special place in the CIS region, and it's always been a bit surprising to me that throughout various eras, you know, the last like 8 years basically, that there have been very few CIS teams that managed to really stand out at the top. The most notable one is mostly that Virtus Pro roster that pretty much dominated for 2 years in the DPC, but when it came to TI, didn't really show up, right?
Yeah, we talked about the swagger earlier. For whatever reason, they have that uniqueness to them, but then going into the LAN, I don't know if it's the nerves, I don't know if it's the discomfort, like lack of familiarity.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like Sineko said, right? It's he thinks they just need more LAN experience for CIS.
Hard to say. I mean, this is a storyline through sport, right? You know, people get mocked for not having the wins when it counts. You know, regular season superstars, but when it comes crunch time, they falter. It's why we revere the superstars so much, but the specific ones, you know, Jordan and Brady are not.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is not in the same conversation as Dan Marino, because he won the championships. And you can say that that's arbitrary. There's a lot that goes into winning that like one game, but especially in Dota, you know, I look at a game like Counter-Strike, I think that's going to reward more consistency, right? Whereas Dota, maybe I'm feeling myself on Quap today, but it's getting banned every game. You know, you don't know what affects a team's performance, and ultimately that's what makes watching the major so cool in comparison to this league, because it's like 2 days of Dota. How good are you today? That's what matters for the entire year. Whereas in the season, it's a little more spread out. You'd like a week to prepare. You probably have a better idea of what you're going to do.
Well, that is a good question. How good are you today? The question we're going to levy to both AS Monaco Gambit and Virtus Pro. That question will be answered after the break. What are you going to do when it's crunch time? Well, when it came to the Singapore Major, neither one of these teams came up with the results that they were hoping for. But there's still a second season and a second major on the way. So let's start this second season off running. For AS Monaco Gambit and Virtus Pro, an early victory, especially for AS Monaco Gambit, right? Like, if this team can manage to beat Virtus Pro, then it's like, okay, it's all downhill from here.
And VP, might be a new season, but nothing's changed. Opening is as expected. Offlaner plus Lion. And, I point to, EG surprised me because they basically just did the same thing they did in NA and almost ran away with the finals. But Virtus Pro, this might work in CIS. I expect it to continue to do so. But it's when you go to these majors and you suddenly have to play against counter picks to your opening that you've never experienced. They've probably scrimmed Na'Vi, Gambit before. They've run Lion Beast. Probably looked really good. We'll see if it has the same. It's one of the best counters to Wisp, I would say.
I can't believe Grimstroke made it this far in the draft. Yesterday we were seeing Grimstroke get first round banned every single game. I've been seeing it in literally every single pub in the EU region, and it shares it with CIS, so I have to assume these guys know Grimstroke is quite powerful, and they go for the Lifestealer.
This
another
game
hero.
is already super VP favored.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
It's not even
Sand
close.
King,
Call
Sand
GG
King into
now.
Elder Titan is so hard. You get scouted by the Spirit, cancels the blink, really tough to epi in. In addition, you're going to sit in Sandstorm. Well, the Spirit Stomp alt combination will probably be in a pretty wide area. It's tough to juke if you want to stay and continue to deal damage. Plus, you're into a Lifestealer now, so any rage to counteract the stun, you might just end up feeding.
So we're 100% sure this will carry IO? Just the IO Tusk lane, Grimstroke Sand King lane, something like that?
Sounds about right.
Just surprised. Seems very last patch.
Yeah.
Tusk got nerfed. His tag team, did he get any other nerfs? I think he actually got his sigil really buffed. Just like every other hero, all their shards getting crazy.
So the only other way we could change this up, right, is Grimstroke mid.
Yeah.
And then IO 5 position with, say,
With the last big
Gyrocopter
carry.
or something like that.
Could be like a Slark too. It's a nice Slark game. IO Slark's a very classic combo. I think the IO Weaver thing is pretty dead. Just because the whole idea of that combo was to move at 900 move speed.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe even a Medusa here, although it's a bit awkward with the rest of the draft. But, when you're playing against Elder Titan, Deuce is cool because the damage absorbed by Mana Shield is already pre-reduction. So the lack of armor, magic armor, doesn't affect the hero as much as others.
Would it die to the Beastmaster, though? Because I'm assuming that every Beastmaster I see will do the Axes build.
Sure, but I think you get the Mana Snake talent, at least get some of it. There's no Necro Book. I think that was more annoying to deal with.
That's true. I just think that, any hero that doesn't commit eventually dies to the Beastmaster. I feel like you deal with him by going on him, not by tanking through him, if that makes sense.
Well, at least they do have a good bit of initiation with this Sand King, Grimstroke, Tusk. Feels like they definitely do get in there.
It just doesn't this feel like the Liquid Alliance series all over again? I look at VP, okay, Beastmaster, Lifestealer, last pick mid hero, probably going to be relatively durable. And then you have Venomancer, good lord.
Looks like mid beast then, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And now you're going to have this Grimstroke Sand King combo with the Tusk. Sure, it's really nice, but when these heroes have their spells on cooldown, where's the damage? And Liquid, their big issue was they were running out of damage. They're up 16 kills. It didn't matter because suddenly you're playing into BKBs and 3 or 4 of your heroes now are useless.
Here's how I look at it, is Venomancer shoves the lane he's in. Beastmaster with the Axis build, he's going to shove his lane. And then you have Lifestealer, who sometimes when all the lanes are getting shoved in, you go, hey, let's go gank the carry. And then it's like, but it's a Lifestealer. Well, what are we going to do to this guy? So I just don't really see what Monaco Gambit's going to do if they fall behind at all. I feel like they have no recovery mechanism.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Terrorblade's great against these cores. Then I'm like, oh, wait, that's Lion Elder Titan. I don't want to play any Illusion hero against this. Maybe a PL could
PL's
work.
fine against those.
Yeah, PL's nice, but it's like, again, where's the damage?
And if it's no one mid hero, anything you want to see, SF?
SF is brutal in this
I feel like it would free farm the lane, but
maybe a Dragon Knight? I really
against
don't know.
Not against Ag's Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Well, what's good against Axe Beastmaster? You guys are so NA. You're like, oh, this is amazing.
Well, we saw the Invoker do incredibly well against it.
Okay.
We did see that. The EMP.
I can dig that.
Yep.
It kind of goes well with the rest of their lineup, too. It gives you like a secondary core. And they go for the Pug.
Ooh, okay.
It's a lot of heal.
Yeah.
You got the IO core plus the Pugna. Pugna did receive some notable buffs. A lot of little quality of life things for him. I just think they're going to have some serious lane shoving issues. And they have like a very momentum-based lineup on the side of Gambit. Like they need that early like map control, low cooldown, thriving. But I don't see how it's going to work out for them. I think the Venomancer pick, I really like it. Rounds out the VP draft really well. Lifestealer, they're not going to be able to mess with it.
Weren't you guys saying, though, that you feel like this new patch is, like, even more run at you? And they do have the faster lineup? Like, what is it that you just don't like so much?
I'm saying that it's like the way you occupy lanes in this patch is very different. Since there's so much wide open space, you need to have, like, an alternative if you're the guy, like, get bullied out of lane. Against Lifestealer, anybody who lanes against him gets bullied out of lane. Anybody who lanes against Veno gets bullied out of lane. It's the same against Beastmaster. So then that means they have to be able to make moves. And I'm concerned that they won't be able to make moves early enough.
Yeah, and past that, they have absolutely nothing to deal damage against BKBs. Lifestealer has a built-in BKB. I'm sure Beastmaster is going to buy one at some point. And then it's like, well, which core are we actually going to target? You need to run away with this game if you're Gambit. Like 3 tier 1s before VP even sniff
They
yours.
can snowball it, though. They have a ton of healing.
All right, well, I'm glad BSA said something about that because Kyle seems incredibly pessimistic. So, Kyle, I'm going to send you off to the casting desk, and Brian and I are going to sit down and talk a little bit more about how does AS Monaco Gambit actually win this game? Snowball, right?
It's hitting that critical threshold, right? Yeah. Where you have the IO getting Pugna sucked while you're trying to commit onto him, or whoever else you try to commit onto gets saved by the IO. They have that buddy syndrome where if they can stay together with 2 or 3 heroes on the map and feel good about it, they can definitely run them over that way.
All right, let's get this ball rolling early, and let's get this cast going as well, as we're going to send it over to Owen and Kyle.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, indeed. Getting ready to go with this one. An exciting best of 3 coming up here between VP and AS Monaco Gambit. Carl, we've already heard some of your thoughts on the panel. I mean, just to get into some of the action now, and I've sort of some queries that I had. You know, looking at this pick from AS Monaco Gambit, going for the core IO, I thought we weren't going to see this. I thought this hero was kind of done after the patch. Is that the case, or are we going to see AS Monaco Gambit show us that it can still work despite the nerfs?
I mean, it's a pretty significant nerf, right? The damage went from 10, 20, 30, 40 to, up by 5, maxing out at 25. That is significant. That's a lot of damage missing. I've still seen it picked quite a bit, but I'm not really a believer, but I've been wrong many times before. We shall see. I'm just looking at the VP draft and thinking, yeah, this is damn good. And I think if you look across Dota history, this kind of draft's always been good. Like, this is Lion ET. We've seen this how long? Beastmaster Lifestealer.
Oh, Dream. We're stepping up for this. Oh, he's going to be able to tether across in time, and that will save him. Immersion in position on the high ground to give him a safe target to head over towards. But no, for sure, I do have to agree. This definitely looks like it could be a tough one for AS Monaco Gambit. And no one's got a lot to prove with that. The last pick, Pugna, a pick into against some heroes that are able to deal with the Pugna. You're going to have people setting up, getting in the face of him with the Roar, the jump from the Lion. And Decrepify is not necessarily going to save targets. Sure, it's going to stop the Lifestealer beating down on them. But lots of magical damage the VP have to still work through. Potential Decrepify saves that no one would normally want to look for when he's playing Pugna.
Yeah, indeed. It's a tough. I want to see no one just do incredibly well in this lane, but it's just so hard against Beastmaster. How do you really zone him out? He's going for the bottle and Soul Ring build.
Already down.
There's a good start. How'd that happen?
Things here. Getting the first blood. See if they can get save as well. Save. Managed to stop the regen there from Dream, but first blood with the tri-lane setup.
Wow. Oh yeah, they just started with Sneko and Trees, and then he TP's back up top. That's a really cool move. I dig it. But it sucks as DM to skill Q, trying to get the first blood on Wisp. It's really weird laning without the ability to trade right clicks effectively. No poison sting. Can't push the lane too well either.
We'll see how much pressure he can put on to Dream Desire in this laning setup. And as it is, Nightfall going Very good CS on the first few waves, whereas down bottom tree have a little bit of a slower start. Having to deal with the pressure here from the two of them as DM hits the level 2. So, will manage to step up that ability to push back Dreamzire. So finds the supports. Top, Kingslayer and Snako just keeping one another busy away from the lane. Yeah, any sort of pressure like this is going to make the Nightfall's Lifestealer pretty happy. He's not going to struggle too much landing against Afterlife alone. And mid lane, no one. He's doing as you wanted to see him do. So far, crushing the matchup. 14 for 3 against the 8 for 1.
And Pugna, he got a bunch of early denies, which was very helpful. And Pugna, probably one of the best heroes with the new changes to Bottle. You get every Archer CS, let's be real. Like, you just spam nukes, fully get a Bottle, you push the wave, you get the Water Rune, you get the Bounty Runes. It's a really nice hero on the patch. We saw it, I've seen Thompson played a bunch in pubs recently. We saw it yesterday, played by Xantic in a couple of games.
Yeah, had a great time. One of those games we ended like 10-0-12 on the mid Pugna. So a hero that we have seen have some ridiculous performances here on this patch.
Yep. And that's the way that Gambit would win this game. If you can get ahead early, I'm pessimistic about their lack of ability to deal with Magic Immunity, but you look at this VP lineup, they need a lot of time to come online. They need items. Lifestealer doesn't really have any anti-push, and this combination, very strong.
See them try and get aggressive here onto Kingslayer. Quite enough to take him down, though. Nightfall actually able to come in and Afterlife a bit of a punch on the way out bottom lane. We're seeing a second kill here for AS Monaco Gambit 2 times down this bottom. And they have managed to get Dream involved in some very early action.
I'm really shocked that Save went for no points in Hex. One of the better 1-point abilities. 2.5 seconds of CC somewhat cancels out the tag team.
He's going to go for DM here. I've got him trapped in the shards. DM, he's looking pretty dead. Save tries to help out with a stun, but this bottom lane, it is crumbling completely here for VP. Already losing 3 heroes down here in the first 4 minutes of play.
Yeah. I think they had a misunderstanding how this lane would be played. You go the mana drain, because the idea is you're going to just play the attrition game. Well, Io Tusk is a great counter in that sense, because they, as you can see, just go for kills. That's how they're going to play this lane. And VP, they don't have the time to whittle away at the health pools enough. And now that they've died a couple of times, it gets even harder. Yeah, sure, Wisp is low, but Tusk goes to base. He'll bring him regen, or rather, no, just bring it on the courier. That is a very fast Helmet Iron Will.
Yeah, that is. Once he's got that out, the +5 HP regen should keep him in a state that it's just going to be very hard to ever sort of bring him down with his damage over time. As did get a nice little buff in that last patch, additional point of armor on the Helm of Iron Will. So very tanky Iron now. Has played it, but I still have to play very careful down it despite the kills, as we see, not farming anywhere near to the same rate that Nightfall is up top. Nightfall 32 and 15 on that safe lane lifesteal in comparison to the 15 and 7 that Dream's getting out of bottom.
This is a downside. I mean, top lane Sand King, you can't do anything against the lifesteal. Do they have a sentry? Yeah, they do. Will they catch? Yes, they will. Even further ahead he goes. And this is going to be the big problem. We've talked about Armlet, another hero, or item rather, that was changed. Buffed significantly, in my view, which is...
Bottom lane! It just doesn't stop down here! This lane, the kills just keep rolling in for AS Monaco Gambit. I mean, what do you do about this bottom lane issue of VP? There's got to be a point where you're just dying too much down here.
They're slowing down the CS at least, but I do agree they could be a bit more conservative. But at the end of the day, that's what Io Tusk does, right? Tether, the overcharge, so much lockdown, and then the double attacks with the tag team. But Lifestealer, he's going for the Maelstrom, not the Armlet build. I take that back. I'm shocked. You almost always see the Armlet nowadays. It's just so good. Only 40 health drain instead of 50. Huge timing spike.
What does that sort of say to you? Is that you're getting this Maelstrom so you got a bit of extra punch in the fight, so you sort of just speed up your farming? Save.
The Hex? No. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. It's not a bad item by any means. It certainly increases your farming speed. When I think of Lifestealer's ideal itemization nowadays, I just don't think Maelstrom is in the kit. Like, if you're gonna go that route, I would rather him. If you're trying to accelerate, I would rather see a Midas even. If you want to go that route.
There's no illusions to clear. The magic damage is cool, I guess. You know, someone gets defensive decrypt, and then all of a sudden there's a Maelstrom proc. That's cool. Toss behind. Hello?
So just chilling next to save there, the two of them holding hands on the top of the stairs. They will back off from one another.
Afterlife. Thought he might be sent to the afterlife, but instead he'll just go run in a quick circle.
Not too much that Kingslayer can do about him making this play. As he'll hold the creep wave. And,
no.
He wants that to go. Oh, he's losing a couple of creeps. Not stepping past him, but he'll manage to get the majority of the wave. Middle lane. Now looking to use that strength that he built up in the bottom lane elsewhere, Immersion. With the good levels, he heads towards the mid, but the counterplay is going to be there from VP. Roars out. They turn towards no one. They even bring in Nightfall as well to take down no one and take down Immersion as well as VP. And not letting an AS Monaco Gambit get away with that move around the mid.
That was so well set up. Excellent stomp combination. That's the hard part about playing heroes like SK Pugna. You know, they're really relying on channeling spells, Pugna specifically. And if you want that kill, you know, they had to commit where they were. Great stomp. Immediate roar actually pushes away the Tusk with the ink swell on him. So there was no stun. And then a double TP and boom. 2 kills. That's great. Great turnaround.
They're going to look to come straight back and look for some more action despite the fact that they failed the first time round. This time it's a little easier. Kingslayer caught in the river. They've got a lot of magical damage there between the three of them.
Yeah, we forgot as well. This is the OG specials, right? The Grimstroke Pugna. This is a pretty damn good combination. If you throw out the silence and their decrypt, there's no way you can attack it to kill the Phantom off of yourself. And later on in the game, you know, double decrypt, double life drain. It's a lot of damage. Double Dagon, probably the best part.
VP will still make sure not to lose this tier 1 tower quite yet. Despite, you know, no one's best efforts to really pressure it with the blast. VP coming in to push back the wave each and every time so they can hold on to it as long as possible. Some lovely stacks here. Waiting to be cleaned up. Top lane save. Not quite able to get the catch there onto Afterlife. Afterlife still has a Burrow Strike and a TP available. Have to be careful about a potential stomp. He's going to go for the TP out, but the stomp, it's there just in time. Kingslayer is able to put a stop to his escape save again, not quite having the reach to grab him with the stun. He's got another Burrow Strike up to Afterlife, so he can continue to make them work for it. But actually, he holds on a little. Okay, he was waiting until he was in range of the cliff. Either way, probably dead. And indeed, he does go down. Nightfall gets the kill. Back over in the mid lane. Whilst that's all going on up top, a bit of a distraction. ASM Monaco Gambit will manage to push down the tower and take down GPK as well.
I'll quote one of my favorite players, Moon Meander. Sometimes, as an offlaner, you gotta know you've gotta die. And that bad players playing offlane don't die. You gotta accept death. That was well done by Afterlife. He makes that whole move happen. 3 heroes distracted by him, a bunch of missed spells. In the meantime, that means his allies can not just get the enemy mid-hero, that's also playing for a huge timing in the Ags, but they kill the tower.
Yeah, big objectives here taken by AS Monaco Gambit. Keeping their half of the map pretty, very safe. All of their tier 1s still up right now. As VP not quite in a position to start to get aggressive with the push themselves. Nightfall, step over here, but the silence comboed with the decrypt. There's no counter play. There's no counter there as they take him down, moving in 4 more with a life drain onto Kingslayer. Dream's going to join as well as he relocates over. They take down save. We're going to see the turn here from GPK as he has to use the Roar to hold back no one. But he's got to keep running GPK. They may still catch him. They've got the Decrepify. And we'll see Dream, of course, have to return as the relocate comes to an end. VP trying to see if they can punish AS Monaco Gambit for this. They've got the stomp set up onto no one, but they're all relatively low here, the 3 of them, so they're a little scared about how close they step. In fact, GPK, he ends up coming too close to shots. Not quite going to touch him, though, so GPK will live. Immersion has been slowed down by the Poison Sting of the Plague Wards. And he'll look for the, there's no juke.
Oh my god.
As he's actually going to get away. He's actually not going to be caught here. Kingslayer's not able to find him, and Immersion's able to make it back safely. Bounty Rune as well on the way out.
That was a little sci-fi B-movie juke out there, you know? Runs into the closed room, say, oh, the attic.
But we're seeing here, this exact combo, as you said, that that teams like OG are picking this duo for, and it ruins Heroes. You know, normally a lifestealer would feel that he's going to have the ability to get out most of these situations, but as soon as that bug's on top of him, he's not got a rage, and unlikely to really have the items to ever deal with the Phantom's Embrace. So this combo, unless he's got someone around him to remove it, it's going to kill him every time.
It's a little deceiving too. I believe the silence used to affect you like as it got on top of you, whereas now, at the moment it's cast, you're silenced. And the Pugna damage output is just nuts with the decrep assistance. Another reason.
But that's not true. Did they buff that? Is that how they buffed it?
I'm like 97% sure.
There's no way the Phantoms. Is it an instant silence? Surely it's still when the bug gets to you. We'll see. Anyway, here's the fight down bottom. We're gonna get no one turned upon. Big ult coming out from DM as he's trying to turn Snako. Will fall down surely as Nightfall's running at them. There's 2 down. Nightfall seeing if he can get a further cleanup as the big ult that was out there from DM has caused them all to have to scatter on AS Monaco Gambit, and it's found the setup for them to get kills this time around. As VP, they'll take down 3, maybe even 4 as they're running into the jungle to try and find Immersion, hiding in the trees. Kingslayer and Nightfall, they'll surround him. He's got a snowball. It's only going to buy him a little bit of time, though, as soon as it comes to an end, Nightfall claims another. VP strike back hard.
They needed that fight. This time they actually get on top of these squishy backliners, and you might be right, Owen. They might have changed it the other way around, but then I would question, how did Nightfall get silenced in the first place?
Well, he was, because he was right next to him, Snako. But as you said, as a lifesteal, if you're getting that close to a Grimstroke, you got to be ready for that bug to come out.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, another reason I would have preferred to see the armlet, though, because he only dies there because he's Dick Maelstrom. You know, there's no bracers, there's no actual stat gain. Now he's got the belt of strength. He'll be going Sanj, but just, yeah, I mean, it helps with stacks, as we'll see him take one here. But quite curious. He will scale. Still a relatively even game. Big timing is, of course, going to be that Beastmaster Axe. We've seen that do some pretty nasty work over the short time it's been available in the game.
And are you sort of a believer in the build enough for it to have the priority of being played from the mid lane rather than the off lane? You feel that it's strong enough to get that position too, to do it?
It remains to be seen. I'm having a tough time. It reminds me of the... I guess Alchemist is a bad comparison, but it's similar when people started pooling Ags. And you're like, okay, is this really that good? Sometimes it looks terrible, sometimes it looks unfair. It's really all about the timing you get it and how these fights will go. I will say, against this lineup, you know, they're going to have to deal with your Lifestealer and your Venomancer. So, theoretically, if DM can just pose a distraction, then 10 seconds of axe throwing is all you might need just to win a team fight with ease. Fairy's Trinket's quite nice as well, a little bit of spell damage. Mana cost reduction.
Top lane save. Trying to push this lane out on his own. Easy setup there for Afterlife for the TPs to come in and get the kill. Back over to mid, Snako. Get taken out. Both teams having supports a little too far forward.
Yeah, interesting point as well. It's not super effective in this game, but I've been following some stats. I think Knoxville's been posting. His whole theory is that after a new patch, if you look at ability draft win rates based on abilities picked, you can learn a little bit about what is and is not broken.
And what's hot?
Well, 4th place. Yeah. How did you know, JJ? Yeah. 4th place right now in win rate percentages is Netherward.
Over another jump, and they might be able to catch more out of this. We'll see Nightfall already heading away. He's out of this half the map. Immediately heads straight towards the top. As Nightfall continues to keep on par with Dream's farm. Both carries. Very even with the progress so far. As we'll have to see, so far Dream having a brilliant game. 4-0-3 on the carry IO. So far, it seems like that the nerfs haven't held him back. Still having just as good of a game as the carry IO.
Yep. Has an axe too. Now this is where things get spooky. Really tough for you to play a Blink Sand King against a Venomancer. It's why we see Virtus Pro last pick it. You want to be this Blink Initiator with the Grimstroke Inkswell, but if a ward's up, specifically placed on a high ground, you get clicked. Suddenly that whole combination is kaput. And there's no real catch outside of that unless they want to blow a snowball to bring somebody forwards.
There we go, straight away around the mid. As Monaco Gambit looking to continue to keep the pressure on Immersion. So he finds a chance to initiate, but VP, they're playing it cautious. Aghanim's now done on GPK, so he'll have that That ramping up damage, ready to go in the fight on 0 cooldown.
Io's done as well. Could be our first big clash. I think the spell damage, again, still very much in the favor of AS Monaco Gambit. They are so strong, feeling themselves. Their abilities, plenty of damage to take down effectively any core. And Virtus Pro need a bit more time to come online, I would say.
There's the jump. Fine save. They're going to look to start things onto the line, but immediately Nightfall's going to jump out, and they're going to head straight over towards the Pugna. The finger comes out. They burst no one immediately at the start of the action, as AS Monaco Gambit will manage to take down 2, but they'll lose 2 more themselves. There's both supports and no one out of the game. No one actually buying back, using that buyback, but not actually able to really get back in it. So a buyback that the VP are able to retreat and make sure they don't lose anyone else to that Pugna buyback in the fight.
The bright side, it was a pretty cheap buyback, but I am shocked that he used it.
Whoa. Maybe they can still find something though. It's Afterlife. He's going to get the lead in. Kingslayer, though, he's found the stomp. Nightfall is looking for a target, but he doesn't want to commit him. With Dream coming back over, keeping no one healed up. I won't push any further. DM's going to get back in the game. He's ready to head in. Afterlife will still find the catch. He's able to close in, and Pong Kingslayer gets the jump.
I'm really shocked they gave that to him. I mean, with the buyback, you got to figure they're going to keep hunting you. Virtus Pro, you're at the mercy of your big cooldowns. Finger, Roar, Earth Splitter, Veno ulti. They're all on cooldown. Yeah, thank you, JJ. And they even use the Infest. Like, literally all ults down. You know, you don't have that problem as this Radiant side.
No,
you're ready to go. Sand King stun, Decrep, Blast, Drain. That's going to be a hero kill. You got to be cautious. That Netherward also doing some serious work. Poor save with that stun finger combo. Basically killed himself.
See what the move is here. Is AS Monaco Gambit. I have to be a little careful with no one's positioning with his buyback expended. Of course, Roshan would be nice, but not really the best lineup for taking it. They've got to focus on getting those kills. VP, they're already also ready for some action. Smoke comes out. GPK cleaning out the mid. See if Save can find that blink jump. Of course, the big catch will be no one. If they can kill no one's Pugna, this is going to heavily slow down his game.
Hunting, they are. This is going to be easier said than done. Oh,
no, they're going to see if they can jump Dream. They've got the damage to take him out. No one's trying to keep him protected with the Decrep find the life drain. He's healing Dream up. Nightfall's still going to charge in, but Dream's able to tether over towards no one, and the rest of AS Monaco Gambit are making their way over.
Here they come.
His immersion. Trying to get a catch up with the charge jump fall from Afterlife. The Ink Swell buff as well. They'll go straight in onto Nightfall. Can they bring down the life steal in time? He's getting low. The Phantom's embraced on him. He's trying to take it off. He will manage to do so. As Nightfall will live. A turn taken down the 2 of them. Stays ready to jump back in onto no one. No one drops down the Nether Ward. Dream will manage to take no one out there.
Oh, they got to buy back. They got to get back here. Yeah, they're going to look to fight. You don't want to ditch your IO carry.
There's 4 heroes of VP surrounding and ready and waiting for Dream to return. See if they're going to help him out here. Dream's going to get caught out by the stomp. No one trying to keep him alive with the defensive Decrep fight, but the burst comes out for the finger. Dream getting low. He'll turn over towards GPK, but he can't quite finish the Beastmaster off. The heal does continue to keep Dream alive, but the axe is damaged. Dream's got to be careful. Another axe is going to do it there as GPK finds the snipe, takes down the carry IO.
Man, GPK wasn't there, but back at TI8 in Vancouver, we did axe throwing at the pre-event party.
We did.
We did. A few of the players quite good. Apparently GPK, you know, were he in the scene, might have been in that final round.
That's a good job we weren't there. He'd be hitting us all. GPK. I saw the damage done that last fight as well. Over 4K damage there done by GPK's Beastmaster. Getting the angles and getting the opportunities to just continue to layer those axes out of them.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game, but you can see a big part of this game is no one. I mean, he played that fight near flawlessly and still wasn't enough.
On mid. They're able to get the opening here. Nice jump from Afterlife into the Phantom's Embrace. Can they keep him chain stun? They can with the X-Well and the punch up. They bring him down as Nightfall pushing forward incredibly aggressively. He felt invincible. He wasn't.
No, not at all. He's got to be way more cautious. Cannot afford to be playing so loose. Might even set up for the Roche, but with ET checking the pit, it's going to be tough to
They're going to smoke and look for another kill whilst Nightfall's down. So if AS Monaco Gambit can get the jump, they found GPK. Shards out as well, is trapping him in. There's no escape for GPK as AS Monaco Gambit gets straight on top of the Beastmaster and take down the mid. 2 cores down on VP.
It's getting right over, Owen. You got to play more cautious. We talked about it. VP, you've got late game, you've got team fight. You need those BKBs. Well, AS Monaco Gambit, they just want this.
And now they're going to keep on it. VP's trying to step up with just the 3 of them, but AS Monaco Gambit, they've still got the full lineup alive. Afterlife's doing the burst strike onto the 2 of them. Oh, what are VP doing, Kyle? I mean, the 3 of them were starting to walk towards the jungle as if they had a score to settle, but they had no fight in them. It was the 3 of them against 5 of AS Monaco Gambit. And AS Monaco Gambit, they did have the high ground.
I mean, this Roche isn't even like that huge of a deal. There's no shard. It's the first one. Yeah, it's tough, but you're in no shape to fight. It's just really curious what they're doing. They have to respect the Sand King factor. If you're going to make this sort of movement, DM has got to set up in advance, prevent the blink daggers, wards on the high ground, prevent this sort of jump initiation. Double blink daggers mean that AS Monaco Gambit, they can close those gaps so easily.
Huge
They've
stuff
given away the Roche.
From the Radiant side.
Like, the Roche was going to die no matter what, but now you've given away 6 kills. Now you're going to fight again? Who are very ambitious. DD on the Wisp. They've got to get the Pugna to start the fight for this to work.
See if they can find no one.
Ward's already down. Save? Oh, God.
He's going in very deep here. Did they have vision around it? I don't think they did. Saves down. They will manage to kill Afterlife. But Dream comes in with a heal. Actually, doesn't matter. GPK is able to find immersion with the Axis. So it does work out. A risky play. This time works out for VP. They get the 2 kills. Only losing Save for that effort.
I mean, poor Save, man. He's like, as soon as the Pugna ward goes down, by blinking forward, like, that's a brave soul. He knows he's dead. Because realistically, he's going to cast his spells. He's going to die, but he's the delivery system, you know? He's working on behalf of the alien, the life stealer inside of him that bursts out, takes out 2 heroes. But man, we'll see. VP, they're closing in on the BKBs. Still really anybody's game. It's been quite entertaining. Was it 24-17? Only 24 minutes in.
2K lead still at the moment for AS Monaco Gambit.
GPK just finished his BKB, though. That's huge. He can actually enter fights now, run at no one's Pugna, potentially roar him, try and take him down. Surprised no one hasn't picked up a Dagon yet. With all the burst damage potential. He went for the Rush Doctrine. The blink makes sense. Aeon Disc is next choice. Scotty for Nightfall. This is really nice. One of the best tools at limiting healing. And when you're playing against a Wisp Pugna, it's necessary because otherwise that hero is just going to get double healed. And we've seen it in those mid-game engagements. You're just not able to take them down.
VP. Try their luck at taking down the Tier 1 tower. Of course, we're here at 24 minutes in, and VP are yet to be able to take any objective from AS Monaco Gambit. I'll see this one go, though. AS Monaco Gambit, no interest in trying to protect this Tier 1. The next fight round, Dream's got a full BKB, so again, the IO carry continuing to perform here on AS Monaco Gambit. First picked again, I believe, we're in the draft, and it's still looking as good as ever from Dream.
That's what we call the debate right there. That's how they drew it up. Kill the lion. We'll spam all of our spells on his corpse. It's certainly going to work. And you can see Save, that's the smile of a man who knows the job well done.
Yeah, and it better be. Two intimidating looking guys standing behind him like, well, you better not mess this up, boys. Here we go down mid. Onto the Tier 1's VP. See what AS Monaco Gambit can do to stop this. Looks like they're going to let it go. Dream's looking for some sort of angle from the side, but I'll let VP take these towers. And it's allowing Nightfall to really keep on back on track with Dream. Nightfall's farm still in a fantastic position. I mean, all things said and done, the gap between the teams very, very minimal. Mid's pretty much in the same spot. Carries as well. Even the offlane, just a very slight difference. As it is close, and as you said, when you were coming into this game from the draft, you were still concerned about AS Monaco's Gambit's ability to take this late against VP's lineup.
Closing the game. Although I may just be continuing to underestimate Carry Wisp. You know, Sanj Kaya up likely a heart next. You know, maybe that's enough.
Sure.
Maybe
could be
this
unkillable.
is the true carry, right? But it doesn't get easier. Lifestealer will continue to get strong. He is doing percent-based damage on a max HP-based percent damage with every attack. Age is up for another 2 minutes. Where's that 50 seconds?
Yeah,
Man,
final minute now.
I need glasses. Program's only like 10 feet away.
I'm making the most of it here. They'll take the tower.
Mass TP's bot.
Instantly out this area. Nightfall, he's not going to take his chances anymore. He knows that they can kill him. If they find that jump. Lovely little find here, the Paladins. Be able to amp up that lifesteal, and now with a full Skadi. Nightfall with all the tools to get in. Crepified targets are still going to be a little bit of an issue for him at the moment, but if he can work around that.
Here comes the fight. They know Aegis is fading.
Dream. Dream's going to start the... Oh, Afterlife, he's up on this cliff. There's a Burrow Strike a little bit off the mark there. See if things still work out as they get in onto DN. They bring down the Veno. Over to the side, though, Nightfall and Stave, they've found themselves on top of the Pugna. They're trying their best to burst him down. They will be able to do so here with the Earth Split. As they take him out, Raw comes out from GPK onto Dream. Nightfall's able to continue to go to work, beating down the IO. As this time round, that the strengths are shown there between GPK and Nightfall. This Lifestealer Beastmaster, just a little too overwhelming for AS Monaco Gambit in the chaos of a 5v5.
Oh yeah, a huge, huge Earth Splitter coming out as well from Kingslayer. I mean, that was so much damage. He was also standing in melee range of the Pugna, so removing effectively all of his armor because, you know, no itemization defensively just yet. He has, you know, just base armor, a Blink, an Octarine, half an Aether Lens, but that's, or Aeon Disc rather, but that's not enough to keep you alive. Gets basically 3-shot by that Lifestealer, and suddenly VP have blown this game wide open, exactly what we were concerned about.
Yeah, because it is definitely the case of, you know, if you lose that lead as AS Monaco Gambit this game, getting it back is going to be so tough with the heroes that you have.
Yep.
This Lifestealer is going to be a huge problem. Nullifier up next on the list for Nightfall. Once he's got that done, there's very little that they can do to stop him taking down whoever he focuses during a rage.
Yep. And it's not just that it's a Lifestealer, right? It's the fact that you also have ET Aura and Beastmaster Aura to deal with. So, incredible tools at maximizing your physical damage capabilities. Now they're going to grab some vision. And the delivery as well. Blink Lion, like, this is the dream. 10 seconds on Finger. They might want to wait for it. Oh, that, or just a better target. Oh, no.
Oh! They're going to get the roar off onto Dream. Nightfall is going to go for the easy kill first. Takes down the touch. Now he's going to head straight towards Dream. Dream's able to get the BKB off and ease away. The Soulbind holding back the two of them. There's Dream. Maybe thinking about getting back in on this, but they are a man down with Immersion on the sidelines. Sidelines, so that they won't be able to get back in. VP can get the kill, they get out. Can look for some of these easier objectives. Tier 1 tower still for the taking up top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now all the towers that VP were not able to take suddenly start to fall like dominoes. And yeah, that gold gap was getting a little spooky for the VP fans in chat, but now you've collected the tier 2 bot after the tier 1. Now you're getting more towers, probably just walk down the tier 2, and suddenly you're at a point where that strong initiation, much like we saw in the Liquid vs. Alliance series yesterday, Grimstroke Sand King is great when you're able to kill people off that combination. You can't do that anymore. So now it's suddenly very odd, and the more time you give VP, the more Venom wards go down, the harder it is to blink in. And you're so reliant on them as well. 3 blinks on the team already.
There's the jump, Afterlife. He's able to get in. Can they burst down? Nightfall, they're trying the best. They've got the silencer onto him. Raw comes out for GPK, though, as they look to start to set up the turnaround, as they won't be able to kill off the Lifestealer. Nightfall's able to survive long enough to get that rage off, and now VP, they turn towards the two of them. Soulbind will cause them to hold back for now, but I say that, they're straight back in. The job's there for the save, delivering Nightfall straight to the front lines, as there's 4 dead on AS Monaco Gambit. Another fight just looking impossible at this stage. They're trying to make the same moves that they were getting away with earlier, getting in on top of the Lifestealer, but at this point, Nightfall, he's got the farm, he's got the items, they can't quite burst him, and if they don't take him down with that jump, the lineup from VP, it will turn and it will kill them all. It's looking to dive now towards the tier 4s. A buyback comes out from Afterlife, but he can't protect Dream as the IO falls. Afterlife looking to have a dieback situation here, as he indeed will go down a second time. VP, they'll take the fight, they'll take the tier 3, they'll take the Rex, and with this sort of momentum, they're probably going to be taking the game soon, as a turnaround looks very difficult for AS Monaco Gambit now.
Oh yeah, you could do that when the lifestealer had 1200 health maybe 20 minutes ago, but that's status resist from the Sanj, 3.5k HP as you can see on your screen. They got him close, but as you said, you don't kill lifestealer, well, that's it, folks. Your entire combination is gone, you have no spells left, and suddenly VP's turnaround, the double Lionston save has been on point, died a bunch, but it's pretty much been his job. And any roar target you can see. And with the BKB, GPK, he's running into the fray. He doesn't care about the Sandstorm, the Epi, the Pugna Blasts, what have you. He's there. Tons of damage.
Immersion. Trying to get in on this. He's got to be careful. I mean, Nightfall's just going to charge him down now with the Nullifier. We'll respect the Soul Bind again, making sure that there's not a chance for AS Monaco Gambit to set up some sort of combo onto the two of them. They respect the buybacks coming in as well. The respawns coming in. They'll back off for now, VP.
Roche is just about to spawn, so no panic. Yep, they're going to walk straight into the pit. The bird providing vision. Don't think you're really able to contest this as AS Monaco Gambit, but they can try. It's probably worth a try.
I mean, as we've seen that they're struggling to take a fight in which, you know, killing the lifestealer once seems impossible. If he's going to have 2 lives, it's going to be very hard. I believe also Nightfall did grab himself the Tome, so the Tome, the Roche XP is going to push him relatively close towards that level 25.
Yeah, they even give it to him. Nice. Oh, he gets the shard too. Open wounds, it's back.
It's back. With that combo with the Nullifier, you're going to struggle to run from this man. A save on the hunt once again, leading the charge. Ready to deliver Nightfall straight into the action.
Smoked right into the base. Love this move. So hard to predict it. They're playing safe, but somebody's going to have to push this wave eventually. They want the Pugna.
It's very hard, yeah, for AS Monaco Gambit to show their face. If they give VP enough information for Save to find that jump, the fight's it's going to be over as quickly as it starts.
Yep, they popped the Aeon disc on the Pugna though, and without any real hard save outside of the snowball, means he's for sure going to be this target.
What do you do with this Aegis Lifestealer slowly taking down your buildings? So who's going to make that jump occur? He's in again. Afterlife tries to come in with a Pyro Strike, but immediately the Rage is out. They're just going to turn and take down Afterlife as he's gone for 70. Buyback still on cooldown after the last attempted defense there from AS Monaco Gambit. Now GPK's in with the BKB, the Roar, straight on a No One Finger as well. No One goes down and buyback immediately, but they've lost Immersion. He'll also have the buyback. So 2 buybacks coming out from AS Monaco Gambit, but VP, they've taken the tier 3. Nightfall with the Rage, he turns straight over towards Dream. Immersion comes in with the punch to hold him back. Dream still very tanky here, but Nightfall's continuing to go for it. Turns towards Immersion, but they will manage to bring him down the once hit. Nightfall losing the Aegis underneath the tier 4s. Should be able to get back. The Rage is back up. And in fact, he's going to look to use it to get just straight back in onto Immersion. As that's Immersion gone for good. That's a dieback from the Tusk. Dream, he's suffering to deal with this amount of damage coming out now from VP as they can bring down even the tankiest of IOs here.
It's just too easy. Anyone they go for just pops immediately.
Yeah, straight in onto No One. And that Eon Disc doing nothing now against the Nullifier.
God, such a short cooldown. Nullifier just effectively set up 4 kills. Got rid of the Sand King Yules, gets rid of the Decrep. Can't BKB as the Wisp in time, and the ET Spirit also paying huge dividends. DM, or rather GPK, and the Lion just way in the back, but dealing near pure damage with their magic abilities.
Yeah, and just the initiations every time for Dream and GPK. GPK and Save, sorry, have been perfect. Every single time catching them, and there we go. I mean, VP, this game won. A slow start, but at the end of the day, just part of the plan, right? You know, AS Monaco Gambit, they had a pretty hot showing at the beginning. They were getting these kills in the lanes, making moves in the early mid-game, but they were never quite far enough ahead to get their draft in a position that was ever going to take this game. VP, they get the swing round in the mid-game, and there's just no looking back after a certain point.
Yeah, it's a great draft on paper. They played well, but that's the limitation of the draft. You can't afford to make that mistake. You know, VP gave him a few gifts too. Those 6 kills before the first Roche in their own jungle. But ultimately, if you cannot go high ground, you can't win the game. It's that's just Dota 2. And they didn't even get really close. They didn't have a real shot. The itemization maybe has to be tweaked. You know, no BKBs until the Wisp picked his up. But I just don't think you can close a game. I love the Groomstroke Sand King combination, but guys, it's not working. It looks good. It feels good. You get kills, go for those high scores. It's not winning games.
That definitely wasn't in this one. Even with the flashiest of showings it had at the start, VP turned this one around, and their draft takes them straight through to the win at the end with some great moves, some great jumps, of course, by Save and GPK there to end those last 3 fights. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 will go to Virtus Pro against AS Monaco Gambit.
It looked good, it felt good, but it doesn't get the W in the end. Maybe it's time to rethink things and retool the kit going into Game 2. We're first going to go to a break and break down that Game 1.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah,
An interesting draft from AS Monaco Gambit that was definitely high execution. And for maybe the first 20 minutes of the game, they were able to pull off a decent amount of that execution, including several nice kills on the Lifestealer. But ultimately, they could afford no mistakes, as Kyle pointed out in a draft like this. And those mistakes eventually were forced by Virtus Pro. And once they started taking control of the game, it just seemed easy for them at that point in time. Lifestealer versus the IO just felt like a nice matchup overall. BSJ and Kyle, it seemed like in some ways AS Monaco Gambit came to the table with a nice idea, but not one that was super reliable, let's say.
Yeah, it seems very similar to the game yesterday where we saw the Grimstroke Drow cores and they were ahead, and then eventually the other team was kind of just able to collapse on them eventually. And one small mistake is enough in a game like this, because you got the BKBs, you said they have virtually no damage on the side of Gambit against them. That definitely played out. And the ET Spirit amping up those axes. Not only are you afraid of the lifesteal in your face, but there's also this guy chucking a bajillion damage from across the screen. It's scary.
Kyle, you're looking very smug right now.
What are you smugging?
I'm ashamed of myself because I'm smiling and laughing because Brian said virtually Virtus Pro. I'm just like, wow, those are similar sounds, and like that whole thing is why I had a smile on my face.
All right, fair enough. Look, I'll give you a break. You just had to go from casting to panel, so I'll give you a little bit of break for that one.
I mean, what do I?
Nobody was expecting analysis anyway.
I gave it all during the cast. I thought I was pretty vocal about my opinions. I thought they were well-reasoned, rational ones at that. I think most people in chat would agree. I can rehash them for you if you would like, but ultimately it's have some way of dealing physical damage in the late game. That's typically a good way to win. Kills don't matter. Towers and structures and objectives do.
What is it about this trend, this like liquid trend of like people trying to, like we saw Evil Geniuses actually be one of the few teams that was successful at it, like very fast lineups and somewhat forfeiting some of the later game aspects of Dota?
I'm not really sure. I don't know if it's as much as that as it is an oversight. I think it's hard in a draft to imagine that our entire lineup has a problem with a certain item. Like sometimes you'll see a perfect Lotus Orb game where it's like Shadow Shaman, Doom, and like one other single target. And you're like, if they buy 1 or 2 Lotus Orbs, we literally can't cast our spells on anyone.
I would like to focus on what could ASM Monaco Gambit do better to win that game, and I think that they took their foot off the gas. I want to see them, when you see what the scenario your draft has to play for the win condition, I don't want to see an Aeon Disc on a Pugna. I don't want a Blink Dagger. Just Octarine Dagon. You know, get a BKB, get an Ags or something like.
All in the
damn it, yeah.
Aggression.
You have to go all in. What is an Aeon Disc going to do? To your point, that's what gives the Nullifier so much value. You know, Nightfall's he's not a punk. He's going to pick up the right items.
I didn't even think about that.
Tanking as a Yule.
The Aeon Disc it's really buying into exactly what the enemy team's already going to do.
Yeah.
They're eventually going to get that item up. Yeah, that's a really
Have
good
a
point,
Shivas even, like a Force Staff. Like I actually don't even like those items. Just get damage. Have this idea that, okay, you know, have Grimstroke rush a Hex and have this combo where we don't care if you have VP. We don't care what your items are. They didn't have any save on VP. They had some counter initiation, sure. But if you get a double Hex off into double Decrep Dagon, like these heroes just explode. You need to be able to kill stuff with that Grimstroke Sand King. When that Lifestealer lives with 500 health, the top tier 2, that's because of no one's itemization. If you have damage,
I'm actually on the
that's
exact same page with you right
now. Bang, bang.
All right.
Look at this.
It's a beautiful brotherhood between these two as we see the replay and him just
600 health.
Yeah.
You know you got to kill him. They couldn't stop him. His strat was, I'm going to tank it. I'll eat that. Give me more damage. You can't stop me.
The thing, like when you say that they have no way to deal with BKBs, there's like this weird dynamic in lineups where certain times one lineup has to itemize to kill the other and the other lineup has to itemize to survive.
Yeah.
So it's like on the side of VP, they kind of naturally survive against you, so you have to itemize on the side of Gambit to kill them rather than the Eon Disc to keep yourself alive. So yeah, mistake many of us have made many a time.
Sometimes the best defense is good offense.
Exactly.
Wise words from our gentleman on the panel. Who else, Kyle?
Tom Brady, and that's why he's got 7 rings, Cap.
You know, Kyle did so well on this panel. I was so proud of him for all the analysis he was given forward, and then it just had to be a sports analogy. All right, we are going to take a break and come back with Game 2 to see who's going to thrive and who's going to survive. We'll be right back.
start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end, there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a
New patch means new ideas, and we got to see some of those new ideas put on display in Game 1. We got to see the Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter. Ugh, it's gross. On the other side, once again, AS Monaco Gambit trying a lineup that was pretty aggressive, pretty in your face, could afford very few mistakes and very few errors when it came to the builds, right? And that's what you guys really settled on, was that Aeon disc especially was very crucial error.
There's not much room for error in general in Dota. And usually if the game's going well and then suddenly the game's not going well, sometimes it's execution, but a lot of times it's just items. That's usually what you can look at.
Sometimes it's draft too, because I once again look at VP. Nothing has changed. It's still January in their book. Offlaner plus Lion, in this case the DM Timber, and you pick Wisp Tusk into it.
They were literally saying, we dare you to pick Wisp Tusk because we have Timbersaw. Like, this is the hero that is supposed to deal with the double strength lane. Of course, Tusk, one of the better strength heroes against Timbersaw, just because he outputs a ridiculous amount of physical damage early on. We did see the struggle in the bottom lane for the Venomancer last game. So I wouldn't expect Timber to have like an amazing start, but once he gets to the mid game where he's got one or two small, like the Hood, maybe a plate mail, he's going to be quite a nuisance for these two.
Immediately a Storm Spirit pickup. One hero that I have been seeing have a surprisingly high win rate, and I feel like I haven't said this about this hero in a long time.
Yeah.
Ancient Apparition.
Blitz still
it's actually on top of the win rates right now when it comes to
is that across all
games.
regions, or are you talking about pubs?
Just Immortal pubs.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of AA. He goes well with the carry hero pool right now. A lot of the carries are very independent. These lifestealers, PLs, they don't need too much babysitting in lane. So you just give them a guy that takes over the lane when they're ready to leave. AA fits that description well. He's also really nice against the Timbers of the world. A lot of people are picking those still.
Timbers, Huskar is a big hero that people are picking right now. Ooh.
Oof. Oh, you feel that one. You got the Storm and Lion, plenty of catch now. Undying against Wisp, Tusk, Shat. Like, these heroes hate playing into Tombstone. Team fight, the laning strength now, certainly in VP's favor.
And now you have last 10th pick carry matchup.
Yeah. I know you like those 10th pick carries.
Nothing makes me sleep better at night than knowing I can 10th pick that carry.
So it made playing against you when you were still an active pro player on Leviathan. You know, if God forbid you guys had last pick, you know, we never knew what to expect. It's like, God, we're going to get the BSJ Slark?
Maybe
Ursa,
a PL. Jug.
You never know.
Yeah.
They're all so unique. Play styles just changing. Oh, gosh, I'm glad I'm on the desk now. We're on the same team, thank God.
Yes, thank God. And they go for the axe against the Undying Timbersaw.
Oh, no.
Why?
Oh, God.
I always wonder about these situations where I see a 5-position Undying. We saw the 5 Disruptor yesterday or the day before.
Against Centaur.
And they just said, and they're like, let's pick Centaur into that hero. There are as an offlaner, you actually get a lot of practice in pubs where you see the two supports on the enemy team, and you have to think no matter what I'm laning against as a carry, I need to be able to survive against that 5 position. And you don't see the carry yet, so it's a very similar situation here. And you just say, I'm picking a strength hero into Undying.
Isn't that bad?
What?
That is, like, I don't want to play Axe into
No,
Undying.
that's what I'm saying. Is like, where do they come up with this? Like,
I'm being rhetorical. Like, I'm sorry. It's like
the Centaur into Disruptor, Axe into...
It's just rough. It's very rough. And you now also don't see, like, VP's carry. So it's not as if they're going to pick something. Axe is very matchup specific.
It's like a troll warlord game, I think, for VP.
You have so many options.
It's super
Lifestealer is
good
not
against...
bad. Troll. I could see Morph. You don't want Morph. I take that back.
They already banned Morph, so they clearly wanted Morph.
Okay. Well, there you go.
The first impression, maybe Monaco Gambit didn't give themselves the chance to go, no, they didn't want that.
What do you pick? What do you pick for no one here to change things? Like
Lesh.
Can they just pick Shadow Fiend and just make me happy?
I want a lane dominator, Lesh, Shadow Fiend. Those both work for me.
They banned out all of the other options. They go for the Gyro instead.
Gyro.
All right, like no Viper, no Pugna, no Puck, no DP, no Huskar. Like there really aren't many options left. They needed something that could play up tempo, had
It's a
mixed
mid
damage.
gyro? Is that what's going on?
Looks like it. It's a mid axe.
It has to be mid gyro.
But into Storm, Storm has like more base damage, more base armor. You know,
That's
it's
very
tough.
strange. Gyro's not a great mid.
Yeah, Storm also has more range than Gyro. One of the few ranged heroes that can say that, or rather, that one of the few matchups he has where he can say that.
Yeah, Lifestealer goes up in value now that they picked the Gyrocopter.
Did you just pick it, don't you?
Yeah. In terms of lane, I'm thinking I'm Troll, and Troll's better in lane, but you'd rather have... You could even go Drow. I think even Drow would be really good here.
I could see it, but I just don't know if it's necessary. I think you just keep things simple. If you pick a core that can't be killed...
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it's just... We saw this in the Alliance series, right? They let Liquid kill him a few times early mid-game, and then later on, it's like, well, we all have these 3 cores that just stay alive. You don't really have good targets to go for, and I think that that'll be all they need to close this one out.
I do like the Gyro because it's similar to the Lesh that I was proposing, that you have the mixed damage to deal with Timber in the mid-game. I don't actually love that Ursa pick.
Whoa.
Did they need that damage? I don't know, actually. I think I would have preferred a lot of other heroes myself, but Ursa, the Shard's pretty dang good. Gives you the Enrage for a second and a half when you Earthshock.
Tanky. Really good matchup against Axe.
I'm going to go with my gut and say that I really don't like this Ursa pick. I'm going to go with Gambit, even though I thought VP had the draft going into the last pick.
Is that Ursa really that bad for you?
The last pick is supposed to be like, damn, looks like a nice game for that hero. They've got an instant disable. They've got a lot of damage that like makes him have to enrage at the start of the fight. I don't know. It doesn't look like an ideal game for it.
It's a hero pool BSG understands well. Troll.
It's like one of my
Ursa,
4 boys.
Very different.
Yeah. Very different.
Okay. So, Kyle, you're also going AS Monaco Gambit then?
No. Virtus Pro, come on, man. This is, the laning phase is going to get out of hand, and it's that same deal where I'm just Gyro mid. Into Storm, losing matchup, GPK
Just
Storm.
You wait, he's going to kill that Timbersaw.
I'm leaving the panel. I'm going back to Owen.
All right, bye, Kyle.
He speaks sense.
He actually has to do that, guys. He's not trying to... He's just trying to make himself look cool.
So you have more problems with this Ursa than all of the questionable, okay, they're going IO again, they're going Gyrocopter. Let's, oh, hey, the game's already started. Hey, let's go over to the casters, shall we? As I'm sure we don't want to miss out on the early smoke action. So, Kyle and Owen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, let's find out how things go down and if the Ursa does work out or not. As we heard, Brian obviously having his concerns. I mean, for you, Kyle, you don't have concerns? You think the Ursa's a perfectly fine pick here?
I think that they could have taken any of the heroes BSJ can play, and they would have been just fine, with the exception of possibly, I mean, even PL would have been all right. It's just that I think the opening and the Wisp limit ASM Monaco Gambit so much here. You know, you look at the heroes, Axe, Tusk, Shadow Shaman, they set up their allies to deal damage. Wisp doesn't really deal that physical DPS, and a mid gyro I just haven't seen have too much success. I've got a lot of faith in my boy No One. I just think there might have been better options. I don't think this hero will do enough for them from 15 minutes on and beyond.
Sure. I mean, the hero, of course, it did get buffed, but not in any sort of way that you feel is going to sort of change the outcome of a gyro versus Storm in the mid lane. The extra flat cannon, great for the farming, the fighting down the line, but the actual lane situation, you feel GPK's going to be able to have a good time in the matchup.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, you can even just compare the stats. Gyro, 48 plus 2 damage. Storm, 58 plus 2, 6 armor. Gyro, also 6 armor, sure, but he has to start with the Quelling Blade. That's how big this last hit disparity is.
We'll see. We'll see how well No One's able to play the lane into GPK, or if GPK is able to easily out-farm him in the 1v1. Looking at some of the side lanes, any concerns for any of the heroes here on these matchups that we're seeing?
I think bottom can get real spooky. It is a Shadow Shaman, one of the better laning 4 positions, but Undying is just so scary in this sense. You just spam Q. I mean, you'll tank damage all day. You don't mind. Narrowly missing the double decay. Oh, but one downside. Couriers get one shot. Seneko rolls high. 71 to 78 damage. It did just enough to kill the Courier.
And then up on the top lane, we're going to see Dream have another slow start when it comes to hitting the creeps. But are they going to have kill potential like we saw last time? You know, Dream was able to run away with a lot of kills in the lane.
No, I'd say this one's even worse. Right? I mean, Timbersaw, you relish this opportunity. As Brian was saying, you know, you open with 2 strength heroes. I'm a Timbersaw. I'm going to eat your stats. You'll lose HP. At some point, you're going to hit level 3, and suddenly you don't die. There's just no chance. Save, however, he will die.
Positioned a little too aggressive.
God.
TM definitely able to do a lot of damage back towards Dream, not enough to kill him. But Save going down and also losing his Courier. So a couple of nice finds there for AS Monaco Gambit on the top lane.
Just trying to make it challenging. This is what he did in the last game. Couple of feeds, but still made sure that DM had a decent start, although I would like him to play a little safer. You just don't need to defend a Timbersaw the same way as you do have to die to defend a Venomancer. I think DM is perfectly capable of taking care of himself up top.
We're seeing on the other lanes, the mid lane farm, pretty even so far between the two of them. Down bottom, Nightfall, not being slowed down at the moment by Afterlife in this duo lane. As the Ursa is able to farm perfectly fine.
And so far, so good, though. And the same deal as the previous game, ASM Gambit out to an early lead. But we'll see how they're able to utilize it as this game continues.
We'll see Afterlife actually giving Nightfall quite a bit of a chase here. Nightfall is able to pick up the Ring of the Health from the side secret shop, and he does still have the Fairy Fire. He's going to go for the TP out. Still with level 1 on Seneko. Not any catch to put a stop to that. So he's back to the lane. And now with the Ring of Health, he's going to be a lot harder to try and harass out of this area.
Cheeky there from No One, glyphing the wave, making it so that GPK should miss some hits. Nope, he'll actually collect them all. He knows what he's doing. No One does steal his rune, however. The flak change does make this mid-gyro a lot more effective. Just, you know, 50% more flax, level 1 is pretty solid. But at the moment, VP out to a slight CS lead in effectively all of their lanes. And top, though, that's the one I'm real concerned about, because DM now, he can pretty much play alone, and you're not killing him. He went for the Soul Ring build, still has only used 1 Tango in this lane. He's going to be able to 1v2 pretty soon.
We'll see bottom lane. Tombstone's going to get dropped down, but every time, there's going to be that avenue for an escape with the TP.
Ooh, mid lane. GPK not 6 yet. Here comes Seneko.
What? It's under the tower, GPK. TP's coming in. A lot of damage with the rocket rush. It's not enough. GPK actually able to get out, as they didn't quite have enough there with even with the level 3 rocket barrage. Couldn't quite bring him down.
That is so huge. They really wanted that kill. That would have got no one 6. Then maybe you can even make another move once GPK TP's back when he wouldn't be 6. However, he's going to bait now. Ward placed by Seneko. I don't think he knows save is in the vicinity still. Look at GPK's positioning. Playing away from the rocket.
Yeah, I mean, Seneko really wants to go, but
and credit to save. He did change his build a bit. He skipped Hex first game. Not again. Recognized, maybe I should ensure I have that to stop this Tusk damage during his tag team. So he has the 1 death in lane instead of the 3.
Now we'll see that on the replay again, just how close it got. The Fairy Fire on GPK. Able to get out that last moment as the shackles came, the homing missile stun came to an end. As so close. A right click away. I mean, less than a right click away with how low he got. A crucial time, though, to make sure he doesn't go down. And his farm continues to be an even trade. All things said and done, the mid matchup, no one has done very well as the Gyro. 35 for 8 against the 32 for 2. He's got a lot out of this, so no one has got a pretty solid game ahead of him as this Gyro that's had free farm in the mid lane, and of course that solo XP as well.
Save, man. Just stay away from mid lane.
Gonna get in onto GPK, so you have the damage this time round. Again, it's not quite enough.
Oh, he's gonna hit 6 off just another creep.
I mean, 2 times now where they've got so close to bringing him down, and it's just not enough. GPK is able to live. That's got to be mildly frustrating there for AS Monaco Gambit.
That's putting it mildly, Owen. That's just brutal. You need this Gyro to get ahead. It is not a good matchup as this game gets later. And GPK even grabbing the DD rune. Won't even check. Okay, he'll check for the bounty, but now he'll know Tusk has grabbed it. They're going to hunt him.
There we have it. Zip. Close in, set up with the slow. They've got the stun. First move here from GPK will warrant him a kill.
Got to be happy with that. Feeling very good. Bottom, there. Here comes the rotation. Level 6 on Afterlife, level 6 on the Gyrocopter. Nightfall, not super thrilled with how this lane has gone. Axe just continuing to pull the lane. He is free farming under tower, but now he's going to feel a bit spooked.
Yeah, not quite having his level 6 either, so... And they want to punish this. Nice jukes here from Nightfall. He will show himself once again, but now TPs are coming in.
Oh, cancelled. Ooh. Whoa. Was that a misclick? I have no idea.
It must have been cancelled by choice. No one was in position to forcefully cancel the TP, so they decide to bail on Nightfall. I mean, he'll hit the 6, but with 4 heroes down here, he is looking very, very dead.
Wow.
It will manage to take him down. I mean, maybe the decision was made, even if you do throw another hero down there, unlikely you deal with the 4 of them.
It's an Undying with Tomb, though. I mean, did someone else... I mean, I guess they don't want to bring DM out of there, but if DM TPs, that whole move is done for. But at the end of the day, you will lose an Undying, or an Ursa, but they're not going to push. But now they'll bring the Timber. He has secured top tower. No more objective to be taken, so now you move out and take the lane most likely to be ganked into. That dive would not work were it DM bottom. Is that... What item is no one going? Drums. Okay, so this typical aggro Gyro build treads into drums.
No, he's going to have good timing on it. Fits the pace of the game that he wants to play, as they are going to look for the fights, AS Monaco Gambit. Make sure they can brawl as much as they can, whilst the Ursa is on that stage of the game where he's still on that long build-up of the first major farming item.
Yeah, this game is... Afterlife's going to be going phase, rushing the Blink. Okay, makes sense. And this whole game comes down to, do you trust in Wisp, right? Because Virtus Pro's lineup is very straightforward. It lifted straight from EG's playbook, if you ask me. No armor stacks.
With the overbearing magical damage they've got, DM. He's getting low, actually not low enough. He's able to get the chain off. DM actually going to survive another sort of full bronze of the attack coming out from AS Monaco Gambit that isn't enough to get the core kill. It will find save, but just struggling to find these cores. Couldn't kill, the mid lane.
Gotta be careful.
Storm off a few times. GPK now DM. He's healed up quite a bit.
What?
See if they've got enough damage this time round. As they're chasing it, they will find it.
Where is the Undying? Kingslayer, my man,
Oh, he
no
didn't
teleport.
have a TP.
No teleport, and this is why,
TP.
even if you die bottom, I actually think he had to just be in that area, right? Like, why isn't Undying here? This hero doesn't push waves, he fights. They are diving your tier 1s, they are killing your allies. Move.
Oh, it's definitely been a bit costly for VP down on that bottom lane. AS Monaco Gambit now a 2k lead with the moves that they've managed to make down there, taking the tower.
That's huge, and that you really don't want that to happen. Because Timber, that's his space, that's where he wants to play. And he's far more effective if he's allowed to pressure the Gambit side of the map. You want him to die behind tier 1. You know, forcing 4 heroes to rotate, but that lack of tower now makes the map much less safe for Nightfall. And he's going to retreat to his own jungle.
How's that timing looking on Nightfall?
Yeah, through top 3 net worth, now all Dire heroes.
He's sort of away from the Battle Fury. Once he has that, we'll have the opportunity to farm at a pace that will help catch up. Of course, Io and Gyro, though, still 2 heroes with excellent farming capabilities down to their abilities alone. It's the smoke up from VP. See if they can get a jump. It's a little tricky, though, as there's Monaco Gambit up prepared underneath the tier 1 tower. And GPK, he's going to try and make a move. Set things up onto Immersion, and they will burst him quickly, efficiently.
They got him. Houston, they have handled the problem. Everything dropped, including the tombstone. Yeah, that means the mid tower is almost certainly done for. You don't have the team fight right now to fight into tomb, which is the main reason I took issue with Kingslayer's movements, because his presence forces ASM Gambit to go somewhere else. Look at the stacking. Although that looks a little more impressive, I think, with the way we have that scaled. 3 stacks was represented as a lot more impactful than 1.
I mean, although we saw a group effort there, all members of the team on AS Monaco Gambit doing their part to set up the jungle for Dream, and for No One, I would imagine, as well. He's probably taken some of the stacks.
I was thinking about it. Oh, GPK closing in on the Orchid, but not the Dream game by any means. I expected him to have a bit of a better start here. You know, he's 1-0-1, 74 last hits, but 6th place in net worth.
Yeah, No One definitely coming out of the early game better than GPK was able to do on his Storm. The mid gyro has worked very well so far. Even in sort of a game where there were those 2 situations where they did just miss out on a kill onto GPK. It didn't matter. No One's still ahead.
They have Blink on Axe. Gotta be really careful here if you're VP. Oh, nice.
Yeah, DM immediately checking out the situation. Making sure there's no chance for AS Monaco Gambit to get that jump. I say that though, Afterlife still able to find a way over. As he's in, onto save, they commit him with the snowball, they close the gap in onto the line. Jump from Nightfall as he's looking to try and turn this fight around. There's going to be a buyback from save. GPK sips straight over towards No One, but No One's being tethered, healed up by Dream. You still get burst. Save's got the thing that gets the kill. Afterlife's packing with a 4-man call, but there just isn't the follow-up anymore from AS Monaco Gambit. As it's a beautiful play, getting the 4 of them, but there's no damage to follow up as the gyro's dead, the combo's already been used. AS Monaco Gambit, they've got to back off as the buyback from save will set up for VP to turn and get 2 kills in response.
Oh, and I was ready to, I mean, that's why you're the expert, because I almost started screaming about Seb. But yeah, there was no follow-up whatsoever, and the 4 heroes are like, oh, okay, that was cute, and they just kill 2 extra. You can see the initiation isn't bad, but it's away from the wards and the tower, and all of a sudden, once again, that tomb goes down, all attacks onto it, yeah, sure, you take it out, but the damage is going onto the Timbersaw. That target doesn't die, all of a sudden no one's in trouble, and we again look at this Carry Wisp. What is his impact? Big taunt, but then what? Tusk Rasta, we discussed it, there's no damage. All of these 4 heroes, it's a setup for damage, and No One is dead. And by that I mean No One, the gyrocopter, is dead.
It was, if he was alive there, would have been a completely different situation, but he'd already been dealt with, and the kickback there from VP.
And Timber with the hood and the arcane soul, like he's just so strong. He does not die. Orchid soon to be complete on Storm as well. He's running right back to base to grab it. And then it's go time. They cannot defend mid tower, but I imagine they're going to look to make a smoke move ASAP.
The Orchid done now on GPK.
Battle Fury on the Ursa. And to BSJ's credit, I do understand why he would have preferred a different hero, but ultimately, I think as long as the VP carry selection can scale, you're happy. And Battlefield Ursa certainly will do so. You're forced to go fighting items on this gyro. It's just the nature of the draft, so Drums BKB will be the choice. But it's a very similar situation as the previous game. This is Storm Ursa going accelerating items. A Timber Saw offlane compared to an Axe. Their damage output will be exponentially greater as this game continues. ASM Gambit, they need to just win every single fight from here on out. And with the Orchid reveal, this next one will be challenging.
Good move here, though, from AS Monaco Gambit. Keeping themselves close together, knowing there's a high chance that VP were on the hunt. And in fact, looking to kick back at them as they're going to come in with their own smoke. AS Monaco Gambit. Nightfall is pushing out top alone. If they can catch him on his way out here, as they've got a good read of his position. They're in with the jump, the follow-up Hex. They're going to have the lockdown, and there's no chance of anybody getting anywhere close to be able to give Nightfall the chance of getting out of there. So Kingslayer drop down the tombstone. VP are going to still try and fight back despite losing the Ursa. They've got the control and damage to take down Staneko.
Really nice tombstone positioning. If you get it into the pit, there's no chance Gyro can pick it off. But this time, Gambit wisely do not contest the area of the map that Virtus Pro are looking to turn and fight you in. It's, you know, anybody who's seen The Patriot should know, or The King. There's a lot of movies with the same concept. They send out the initial forces, fake the retreat, and the reinforcements are there, ready to kill you.
Did you just spoiler those movies, or is that not a key part of the story? I don't know. I've not seen these movies.
You haven't seen either?
No. Well, I don't need to now. You told me the plot. He's in the jungle.
Did he finger him?
He did.
Save.
Oh, no, he didn't actually. No, he cancelled it. He held back after the initial animation.
Okay, credit.
I mean, Temptation definitely would have been there for the start, but you're right.
Hey,
you know, it's still level 1, very long cooldown. You've got to save when it's needed.
Pretty cool, though, because maybe you don't know. Maybe you're like, oh, I got fingered. And then you check your combat log. Or maybe you don't know how to do that. Like,
no, that's true. If you don't check the combat log there, they could be making the call that fingers down. You're right, no. But these are professional players. I'm sure they
You'd be surprised what professional players can get wrong.
Oh, we'll see. If they, maybe in the next fight they're going to get caught out by a surprise finger. If they assume it's on cooldown. I mean, very risky to do that. I guess you have a very small frame where the actual visual animation is out, but obviously the damage hasn't been done, so you can pull it back.
I mean, think about it. There's a lot of people watching right now who are thinking to themselves, I've never left an Aegis after I killed Roshan. I've never had an item destroyed, but, you know, not everybody can say that. Not a lot of pros can say that. The Rosh is the play. Very easily done when the Timber can tank it with the assistance of the Tomb, but you got to be careful. If they fight into Tomb, it's tough. If you wait for it to fade, it's very Gambit favored. BKB reveal. No stacks on the Timber. Careful.
They're trying to get in on this. They'll make the jump. Afterlife's in. They get the taunt off. Roshan's going to go down to VP. Can VP pick it up in time? No, they can't. As AS Monaco Gambit, they're able to get the snatch. Afterlife picks it up on the Axe. They've got the Hex control onto Nightfall as they bring down the Ursa. It's 3 dead on VP. As AS Monaco Gambit get in at a perfect time. Afterlife able to taunt Nightfall, hold him in position, stop him from being able to pick it up.
Wow, I'm shocked that they didn't invest more resources. You know, this is the danger. Timber, because he didn't have stacks, didn't feel confident using his body to prevent the entrance into the pit. Thus, the Axe is able to move forward, get the Blink Taunt. If Ursa gets Aegis there, I think that fight might go completely differently, but instead, Save is actually caught out. Again, because the Timber isn't able to properly zone. And the BKB reveal. Once Gyro moves forward, there's nothing you have on the side of Virtus Pro to stop a BKB Gyro. This is also your answer to the Tombstone. You know, we did discredit the pick in the draft, but ultimately, this is your hard counter to Undying. Tomb is not a real tool with this BKB Gyro. Just pop the flag, all zombies die. Can ignore it effectively.
Yeah, I mean, no one's just having a brilliant game, and a game that you sort of assumed in the draft that you felt what GPK would be able to do more in the lane to just stop no one from getting his momentum as early as he did.
Well, just thought he would do more in the game as well. He's been very quiet. You know, his kill death isn't bad. 204, sure, but his net worth doesn't reflect the space I feel he's been given. A part of that could be, of course, that Ursa has been taking his top triangle for most of this game. But Yeah, just thought we might see a little more progression. Not the ideal hero for team fighting, though, keep in mind. He wants to make moves like we're looking to see them set up bottom. Just find Seneko, get the Orchid off, easy kill. But this could be spooky. The whole lineup of Dire is approaching, and Save and GPK may bite off more than they can chew if they look to make this move. Blink ready online.
Spooky.
This is not going to end well for them.
Are they going to show themselves?
They scanned him.
They've scanned him. GPK's already out of here. And so Save. They'll blink away. They're not going to try and stick around longer than they need to. And it's a good job they didn't, as AS Monaco Gambit comes searching along the tree line after that scan. But VP's away.
So this game, it's all going to be about the initiation. So as VP, you need a BKB on your Ursa. That's going to be what you're waiting for. Wouldn't mind having one on the Storm as well. You initiate onto the Shadow Shaman or the Tusk, and preferably have a Tombstone already placed on high ground that spots the axe, prevents the blink in counter initiation. Get a couple of pickoffs, clean up those supports with ease. Nice move here by Seneko. Trying to get a setup onto the Timber if he pushes this a little too far.
Save. He's going to go for this. They've got GPK close enough to zip in.
Careful.
Finger down. Are they going to be able to bring him down? They will. They drag him back into the Remnant. He'll fall. We'll see what AS Monaco Gambit can get in return. Save. It just evaporates there to the damage from the two of them.
I love that play from VP. Like, they just forced a full rotation to a dead part of the map. Meanwhile, Nightfall's been farming this entire time. Remember, that gold lead? That was 4K a couple minutes ago. And all that's changed since then was VP losing a tier 2. But the XP gap, the gold gap, has closed little by little as they start to outfarm on the map. That Battle Fury is starting to pay dividends. BKB soon to be completed as well. And then the Ursa gets threatening.
Sure, because in these fights with the BKB up, AS Monaco Gambit, they're just not going to kill a BKB Ursa, right?
No. They can kite him a bit, and that's going to be their choice, I would imagine. But we shall see. No one going for the Sanjin Yasha next item. I can understand it might want more damage, but SNY is just such a great item with the status resist now. Gives Gyro everything that he wants. Little bit of damage, that survivability as they go.
Well, they're trying for the jump.
Remember, he's got BKB.
Drain, they go on to no one, but the Snowball Save's going to come out in time. Gives no one the chance to get the BKB off as they roll straight over towards Save, take down the Lion. Shaman takes a fall here in return, but the BKB and Enraged pop Nightfall, he's having a run.
Whoa.
He's having to use this to get away. DM's going to get back in there, but Nightfall, he's going to be cautious about how he initiates. With no BKB, no Enrage, still finds the opportunity to get in on top of Afterlife and Immersion, in fact. And now DM, he's actually moving over to push back no one as well. No one's got to run. I mean, it looked like it was not going to go too great there for VP with Nightfall having to use the BKB in the ult quite early, but DM's still able to just charge into the four of them.
The X factor is this Timbersaw. This is the true carry of this VP lineup. This BKB on Gyro is starting to get lower. He doesn't die. The big disparity in this draft is that Axe, he's good for a blink taunt. That's it. That's his effectiveness in a team fight. That's all a setup, right? He's throwing the alley-oop. Timber provides the dunk. The damage output here, absurd. I'm really shocked. Like, where was Ursa in this fight, right? They get the kill onto Seneko off to the side.
It's early BKB, though.
And he pops in rage. He's like, oh, I got to get out of here. If he turns and fights
DM's
here,
just like, we're going in.
Yeah. I don't think there was taunt available. That could have been even worse for Gambit. But, like, just look at the damage. Oh, my God. DM.
Gosh, a huge nightmare.
Is he chewing gum right now? He's just like, oh, look at his lips. Oh, my God. That's terrifying. He wants a snack. And he sees quite a few on the enemy side.
He's definitely in the zone right now, DM. How's he doing on the KDA? 5-1 and 4.
Yeah, BSJ, he was talking about playing with swagger. I mean, that is swagger personified right there. They didn't drop a single series in their group stage, right? Or did they lose to Navi and I'm crazy? I thought
the group stage, you mean
last
7-0?
Last league.
Oh, I believe they won every series, right?
Yeah. This is child's play for them. I think they'd be disappointed were they to drop a map. DD bottled on the Ursa this next fight. They want to get him a blink dagger before it starts if possible. That'd be huge for them, but looks like he's already back in base, so it won't happen. Or will? I like the choice to go Blink instead of Sanjin Yasha. You already have another hero that can provide initiation for you with the Lion. You have the Storm. So you want this ability to go from a screen away, immediately, boom, all your heroes ready to rock and roll. DM, no stacks, got to be careful. But he doesn't mind being initiated upon.
DM, he's able to get the Lotus off in time, and that's going to give the chance for them to jump in over towards Snake on the backlines. They get the stun control onto the Axe Afterlife. He's going to get Hex taken down as VP they've found too. DM getting a little low. Soul Repeal comes out, and he's able to find the Timber Chain off to the side. DM, he's out of there. He'll live. And now the zip in for GPK. Use that last bit of mana to control the gyro, but the roll-in's there from Immersion straight over to GPK as GPK and Kingslayer fall.
Man, this Ursa just not having much fight impact whatsoever. Surprised GPK went back in there. Shout out to DM though. He perfectly found a path through those trees. Looked like he was what's the sport called where you're in that suit and you fly and it's really dangerous, but people still go through bridges and tunnels anyway? Wingsuiting.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right through.
Yeah. And he's back in. He's going to go straight into them this time, though, as they get the jump on. No one's gone. As he's pushing in. He weren't ready for that at all. AS Monaco Gambit were not prepared for VP to punch back at them as they were just nonchalantly pushing down the mid lane. And now they're going to get Dream as well.
No. Had the BKB. Gets the reveal.
They've not got anything to stop it. They haven't. All right, so Dream will manage the BKB and save himself, but that's no one gone for a minute.
You can't afford to make mistakes like that against this kind of draft, though, Owen. That is huge.
On top
so
lane.
much gold.
Little freebie here for GPK by the looks of it. That's all I say. That's an Echo. Has he got a play here? He's got the shackle.
Oh, no.
But ultimately still dead.
It could have been cool. He was trying to get one more glimmer off, but unfortunately GPK did so much damage that it was not possible. Shout out as well. Core players, take note. Buy your own dust. Don't ask me for it. Buy it yourself. Get some solo kills. Be a good Dota player.
Where save?
Cannot be saved.
No, he was sort of chilling there. I mean, obviously relying too heavily on the shard upgrade of his mana drain. Feeling invincible with the spell immunity, but of course lots of ways to work around that spell immunity. Here we go, smoke up from AS Monaco Gambit. Look at the strike while Save is down. And VP no. So they're out of there. DM pushing out top.
Spidey Senses was right on top of a ward. Has his own shard. You see the flamethrower going off.
VP just making sure that they themselves aren't caught by surprise here. They know that AS Monaco Gambit's off the map looking for action.
But it's just so tough now. You can't really initiate on the Ursa anymore because of the BKB. Right under a smoke or ward, they're going to smoke. They saw them in the river.
Yeah, they should know that this is coming, AS Monaco Gambit, so they can prepare for this.
GPK, BKB prepared. This is a huge timing.
They're going to drop the wards. They're going to open it onto DM, but already on the backlines. Nightfall's going to find the commitment on towards Taneko. As they jump straight away onto the Shaman, they'll bring him down. Now they turn over towards the Axe. Nightfall in, and with the burst from Save, they'll bring down the Axe. 2 buybacks immediately coming out from AS Monaco Gambit. They're going to look to try and turn this one around. Nightfall will fall, jump from onto the backline. They're stunned. It gets the 2 of them. Catches Dream, catches no one. GPK is out of mana. DM still continues to fight. He's incredibly low HP, but they can't quite finish him off. He's still got the burst available. Afterlife finally able to find the dunk to bring him down. No one up on the high ground. Will fall as Save brings him out. Got the call. Afterlife still alive. They can manage to control Kingslayer enough to keep Afterlife safe, and Immersion's back in. Gets the jump on to Save, and now Kingslayer, the last one left standing here for VP, looking to get slowly brought down. The Hex is out. Afterlife comes in for the finishing smash there, as AS Monaco Gambit bring down the entirety of VP with some smart buybacks.
Yeah, they did lose 4, though. It looks a little deceiving, but do keep in mind that was on a double buyback required, so really a 4 for 5. Gold spent probably evens things out. The XP will go in ASM Gambit's favor. That fight really well executed by VP, but DM unfortunately just did not survive long enough to finish off those low HP heroes. He very narrowly could have just killed Immersion. I think if he Lotus Orbs himself, maybe that removes Battle Hunger in time to prevent the damage output. But either way, real close. Love the decision to go Solar Crest. Also, we talk about it. They don't have much damage. It's all about boosting up the gyro. So he's putting that on him nearly every fight. But I'm still a bit spooked. DM, that Shiva's coming up next. It'll be a very scary item to have to deal with. Nightfall also not really dealing too much damage, it feels like. Have not felt his presence. Has his own shard now.
Yeah, most of the damage has really been down to DM and GPK getting the jump before the BKBs come out. A little harder to do that now, though, with the butterfly complete on no one.
That's
nothing to fight through this evasion.
I was hoping we'd see that. That's a perfect item choice in this spot. Storm can't really itemize against it. He's too underfarmed to be thinking about a Bloodthorn anytime soon. And Ursa, you know, he already just committed to the Sange. MKB will not be in the cards for some time.
And now not only the gyro with evasion done, Halberd complete on Dream. So now got 2 cores that at this stage of the game are going to be very hard for VP to take down in these fights.
This is a great itemization. Roche will still be the next contest. This one does have a shard. Kingslayer has no wards. So they're going to spot the one up on that hill, but aren't able to take it down. So VP will be forced to take this fight under vision if they want to invade woods here. Yeah, I gotta say, SM Gamut looking pretty strong. I again point to the Storm net worth. Just doesn't feel like GPK. His scoreline is deceiving. He's 6-2-11, but it feels like one of those games that Storm just didn't have any space. This is very odd.
Every single move's having to be made into the entirety of SM Gambit. It seems as they're going to step into the pit, drop down the wards. And VP, can they time the jump? As Roshan's falling, they're going to try and get on the back lines. They found Immersion, they're able to burst him with a finger. Immersion goes down, buys back straight away. They do not want to give up this Roshan, ASM Gambit.
I think they might have to. They blew the BKB for the buyback. That's a solo play right there.
And Stevie tries to jump in to get the steal. He's not going to be able to find it. They did, however, get the kill with the Chakram from DM.
That's sick.
So something there for VP.
A lot of XP. But I'd really like to see them for future fights, you know, Timber players. Tell your team not to kill that camp. DM consistently is taking these fights with no stacks because he isn't able to tank creeps in the jungle before the engagement. And they've lost save, and there's an Aegis on the enemy side. So yeah, go straight up the high ground. So much sustain now, plus the evasion. No one will just smack this tower. Forces the glyph, but I don't think they're going anywhere here.
I was just saying, with this butterfly Jara, Halberd, Io, very hard to fight these cores right now. So what VP's got in them. Tier 3 down. Gonna have to make a jump soon. GPK. Whoa, he's straight into a stun! Oh, immediately gets caught there as he zips in. What got him? Was he straight into a missile? No, either way, he zipped in and he was caught out straight away. They're gonna buy back there on the two of them, DM and GPK.
Was it it wasn't a pre-click hex? No, was it a...
it was the tether. It was the shard upgrade from the eye. The tether stun got him. It tripped him up, and now he's coming in with the buyback. Zips in. The minute with the BKB, they're going to grab an immersion. They'll bring down the Tusk. Save will fall, though, and again, BKB for Nightfall having to be used to back off. He's on the back. They've got the control on DM. DM, he needs help. He needs it soon. The Lotus is out, but the Dunk's there. It's DM dieback. Out for 90 seconds.
I think that's all she wrote, Owen. I mean, that's just it. I mean, they hit the timing. The Paladin Sword 2 for the extra read. Like, you're not killing them. As you said, double evasion against 0 methods of piercing it. And the BKB timing for VP, it was solid, but Afterlife, you know, he's always there to peel when necessary. That's 2 racks. And some Gambit, they're going to sweep around, look for a third.
They just can't kill these cores right now. The Satanic done on no one. He's not going to die. Cheese still on Dream. These heroes, they just don't die. You can throw everything that you've got at them on VP's lineup. And down 15k, you've got to catch them completely on their own with the full lineup of your squad. Otherwise, there's just no chance of killing these heroes in a fight.
Survivability seems to be the name of the game. Thought VP scores would be too tanky, but it turns out this ASM Gambit just indestructible. They're looking to get him from behind, but I don't know if this is going to work.
Safe pretty far away from the base. He has got a TP, so if he wants to rejoin the effort from the high ground, he can do so. Basher done on Nightfall, so a little bit of control, but still the damage is the big issue.
He's just getting megas here.
I mean, Nightfall's going in. Look at that Hex off in the finger straight away. They're focusing down Dream. Can they bring down this outside? The Dragon back. They've got the swipes building up, but the cheese is off. Dream back up to full HP. They turn. DM's down. Save as well. GG. Game over. As ASM Gambit will take this second game. And, I mean, you've got to be honest. It looks like Brian was indeed right. This Ursa pick just didn't have a great game, amongst many other things. But as the final pick, it just didn't have that oomph that VP kind of needed. As ASM Gambit, they crushed it. Their final pick, this mid-gyro, no one, brilliant game. Played the lane excellently. He was ahead for the entirety of this match.
You see Immersion, that apple was almost to the core. He started eating that during the game. After that first Rax, maybe. Even before it, who knows? He's just like, this is casual. I think we've got this in the bag. I don't need to snowball save anybody. I'm just going to throw out shards here and there. Well, we got this no problem. And yeah, they forced it to a decisive third. It's tough to just get a game off VP. And
yeah,
now they're looking for a series.
Absolutely. No, hot stuff for any of the teams in this Eastern European League to be able to take a game off. And this second game, they absolutely did it. You know, there was no question. This second half of the match, things were falling apart for VP. And I mean, looking at this one again, do you feel that VP, what are they going to look at after this performance and say, we got to change? Is it some of the picks? Was it the play? What was the big thing that stood out?
I think really just the early game, letting the tier 1 bottom die, kind of put them on the back foot. The Undying pick didn't get enough done in the early game to warrant it. And really just as well, no impact in team fights when Flat Cannon, BKB Gyro runs in. Felt like that was a big turning point.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed getting an exciting decider here between these two teams, with ASM Gambit taking the second one. As the series now stands 1-1 between AS Monaco Gambit and Virtus Pro.
That's right. They went 14-1 in the first season, and in their very first series in the second season, Virtus Pro has already experienced a game loss. It's going to be interesting. We're going to break down more in Game 2 after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Virtus Pro, until this last game, had only lost 2 games against CIS teams. One was up against Na'Vi and Epicenter, and the other one was the first season of the Eastern European DPC, where they lost a game to Spirit. They went 14-1 last season. Going into the second season, looks like things may be changing. It looks like things they may have a little bit more competition. BSJ, as AS Monaco Gambit managed to pull out a win here in this game too, and they look damn good doing it too. BSJ, you said you just weren't feeling the Ursa, and I had to ask you, what makes it a bad Ursa game?
There's just no clear-cut time to use Enrage. They have a lot of poke damage, but also a lot of burst damage, which means that you're constantly scared. Oh, you're poking me now? Is that
poking the bear?
I was very confused.
And you didn't know how to handle it. You got all fobbed up.
Exactly, and then I misused Enrage. I saw chat flaming him for his Enrage usage, and I just got confused too. That's what happened to him during the game. It just doesn't feel like there's an obvious time to use your abilities, and that makes it, to me, an awkward Ursa game.
Did you see that play out inside of the game, Kyle? Did it feel like it was just an awkward Ursa game through and through?
I think it had more to do with, I would say 3 points, 1 undying, AFKing, allowing tier.
That was very strange bottom.
Yeah.
Tombstone, like Tombstone's up, you're level 4, now you're level 5. Like,
your hero kind of prevents that in the first place.
Yeah. And then GPK just not getting the start I thought he might. I maybe take issue with the Arcane boots. If you're not, because this is an Orchid BKB game, 100%. Either keep brown boots, buy treads, right? That just seems to be most efficient if you're not going for an earlier Bloodstone, and just kind of fell off anyway. And save with some unconventional movement, a lot of deaths. But shout out to Gambit. I thought they played well. The Gyro last pick we questioned, but it shuts down the Undying, and it's a really nice tethered target, double evasion. Also.
They played around it really well, where he hit his level 6 before the Storm Spirit did. So they capitalized on that window really well. I was impressed by that.
And it did feel like one thing that I definitely noticed early on this laning phase, heavy rotations into the mid lane, really assaulting that poor Storm Spirit. I feel like this is something, I'm not sure how the mid meta is supposed to go. We have these new water runes. I thought it meant we were going to be having lots of supports mid. But it seems like it depends on the region, where like sometimes we're just sticking on the 2-1-2. I mean, I think BSJ, that's what you said when we were covering the Western European division. You said we are now solidified much more in support staying in their side lane.
Yeah, I think the 2-minute water runes is too early. You just, like, most cores are not self-sufficient at that point. Nobody's established some clear-cut advantage. Even if you're, like, level 3 and both the enemies are level 2, if your support leaves you alone, you're probably going to struggle a bit at the 2-minute mark. So I think it puts you on your own little island even more because the 4-minute rune is less pivotal. It's like you're not going to lose the game, or, like, you're not going to win the game off of a support rotating the mid to get a water rune.
Right.
It's just not that impactful compared to getting that DD rune or the haste from last patch.
So in which case, it just more depends on the enemy hero. In which case, like, if we really need to shut down this mid, okay, then maybe we're going to make a bunch of rotations. Worked out really well. Set no one up for success. And is that the key going into game 3 for AS Monaco Gambit? I mean, they brought in this guy for a reason, right? Set up no one for success.
You said the scaling. You said the guy that takes over the game. And he's got the Wisp. So he's basically a gyro on Wisp gyro on steroids because that Wisp is a carry.
All right, well, it's a classic duo for a reason, and no one was able to make it look quite good. So we've got a game 3 between AS Monaco and Gambit, and Virtus Pro is finally someone from the CIS region finally going to be able to upset Virtus Pro here at the DPC. We'll have to see the game 3 after our break.
Opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
AS Monaco Gambit stuck with their guns. They said, damn it, this IO Tusk opener is good. It'll work. Try it again in game 2, and it does work. He managed to get a victory over Virtus Pro. Certainly not a small feat whatsoever, but nobody's managed to take a series against Virtus Pro from this Eastern European division. Can they finally do it? AS Monaco Gambit, what were some of the things that we thought they changed from game 1 to game 2 that was the reason they managed to find victory?
I just think it's the IO partner, man. Like,
Okay.
the last game you had a tether, or the first game you had a Pugna to tether. Like, these are two heroes that both equally do not really want to get initiated onto. Gyro's one of the prime carries to, like, you go on me and I'm going to turn around and kill you with all my output.
Yeah, there's a guy I was just reading, I try to take feedback from the community, and a guy on Reddit taught me a lesson, and to quote him verbatim, Kyle's so dumb, doesn't know Gyro, spelled G-I-R-O. Best hero this patch, read notes, lol. So.
Did you read the notes?
Yeah, I mean, it's a.
Before or after that comment, did you read the notes?
I might have still not read the notes.
I thought you said you listened to that guy, Kyle.
Well, the
You're
flag change
lying.
is a big deal. I don't think I read the shard and then forgot it immediately, but I think the itemization that you can go nowadays, like if you have certain heroes, certain patches, they are defined by the items that you can buy, right? Last patch, if you couldn't buy Battle Fury, felt weird. Gyrocopter traditionally been the same 3. Drums, BKB, Sanj and Yasha, maybe a butterfly in there. There was the Ags patch. If that's available and it's strong, probably pickable hero.
My biggest thing about Gyro is that Satanic and Butterfly the stocks are on the rise. They're going to the moon right now because...
That makes another hero potentially soon to
SF.
stonk up. No.
Luna.
Yes.
Yes.
I
keep saying Luna as well. I just think that the nerf to Divine Rapier, or I guess the change since they gave it more damage, makes the Butterfly go way up in value.
Yep.
That there's no longer True Strike on the Rapier. And Satanic, for people who don't read patch notes like Kyle, it is now a 25-second cooldown instead of 35. It can now not be dispellable, so once you pop it, you will get to utilize the heal. But mainly, it gives you a dispel when you use it.
Oh.
So silences, Spirit Vessel, any debuff like that was previously on you, you're now reliably able to make use of the active of the Satanic. So it's a huge buff to the item, and it makes it so heroes like the Gyrocopter, they have a second BKB-ish. They don't have to pop the BKB right when they pop the Satanic.
And I'm glad they also buffed Manta for that reason, because there were all these heroes you had to, like Treant is probably the best example. You need the BKB and you wanted to have some sort of easy dispel so you don't end up rooted. Now Satanic kind of gives you that extra bonus. It's really, the game is just getting more and more complicated. There's so many items, so many more variables added.
It's going to be at least a week or two more where supports and overall the disablers of the team are going to have to get used to Satanic giving a dispel. Because usually you'd be willing to preemptively cast the root from a Treant Protector, for instance, but now you might have to be a bit more patient until they pop the active. And I think the biggest part about the old days was Yule's being such a serious counter. It's been nerfed several times now, and it used to just straight up dispel the Satanic, but the duration is 6 seconds. So
undispellable.
Yeah, undispellable, 6 seconds. The Yule's is about the best option, and it only buys you about half the duration, which even just a few hits from Satanic can be enough on most heroes to get all your health back.
Wonder if something like Terrorblade will be stronger now, because in your kit you'll have both BKB, Manta, and then now Satanic. So the idea that you're ever able to actually Orchid silence him into a kill pre-Sunders just seems impossible and benefits a lot from the lifestyle.
I've been experimenting with Terrorblade a bit. His laning stage is really weird because they gave him a lower, like his metamorphosis is less powerful, but he's more powerful with his reflection and just being a normal Terrorblade.
Oh no, is it the Monkeys Forever build back?
I don't think so.
Explain the Monkeys Forever build.
It's a 404 where you don't go any illusions, you just max out the reflection. It's
so funny to watch.
It's nice if you're in the right matchup for it, but I think a lot of carries, there's so much space in the jungle to farm right now that if you do have a spell that accelerates you there, in the case of Terrorblade, the Conjure Image, you just don't want to pass it up. I don't think it's a viable option right now. And they just go for the Gyro straight up. They don't think they're going to get it last pick. I don't see why not. It looks like a run back of Game 2's draft if you just swap up the order a little bit.
Yeah, isn't this... I know, Kyle, you've always had a bit of an issue with this. When you're just kind of repeating drafts. Isn't repeating drafts to the benefit of the losing team? Because they understand what went wrong last game and they can make adjustments?
I would say so, but I would once again go back. Think about what the experts are saying. You dumb gyro OP. Like, I don't know if I can argue with that.
To be clear, what gyro's OP.
Virtus Pro, I'd agree with you, but they bumped the gyro up, right? They assume it would get banned in the final 2, so maybe it is IO gyro, right? This combination is probably second only to IO Tiny in notoriety. Now they go for the axe into the Witch Doctor. That's a little scary. This lane bottom is not one you want to really mess with. But to your point, you now have extra options for Gambit. You see the gyro. You see all 3 cores now, and you have 2 heroes left. You should have something ready.
Are they last picking a 5?
Much better to have Lifestealer here.
Or a 4 for Gambit? If this is an Axe 3 and they're literally just running it back, it's a little strange.
I like Lifestealer a lot more here than I do the Ursa. More formidable, built-in BKB. Armlet shrunk.
Yeah. We were talking about it last game. We wanted to see either the Troll for the lane or Lifestealer for the game. Tag team, even though it's physical damage, does not go through magic immunity. So even though you have the BKB piercing disable of the call, as long as he pops rage, you're really never killing this guy with the 4 heroes that Gambit's got so far.
Don't you still have issues? Part of the problem with Ursa the last game, he was getting kited a lot by IO Gyrocopter. They just move so fast. And Brian, we were talking about the Abyssal change really hurt some of these melee heroes against this kind of mobility. Is that not still an issue?
It's a bit of a concern because the lockdown, it's delayed lockdown. Where first off, the Hex, yes, it's instant, but they still get movement speed buffs while they're in Hex. So from the IO tether and such. But the Cask as well as the Impale from Lion, because these heroes are so fast, they're actually going to be able to cover a lot of ground of retreat when the Lifestealer is then trying to close the gap. But, I don't know, the rage-giving movement speed, Lifestealer, I think he's one of the lesser affected heroes by the Abyssal nerf, just because you have the rage move speed as well as the built-in BKB. You're not as reliant as that instant 600 range blink.
Oh, well, there's a hero that limits mobility quite a bit.
This is nasty. This is my favorite hero against Axe. Oh, you want to blink taunt? All right, you're chucked up in the air. CC gone for EMP.
You want to cut creeps in the mid game? You get cold snapped and you're dead for full to 0.
Yep, a natural vessel buyer too.
So the question is it Quas Wex or is it X-Sword?
Quas Wex, I think for sure.
You do not have a ton of setup for the new Sunstrike.
I'm just wondering because with a Lifestealer safe lane, I'm actually very happy to have a carry-esque mid because I'm kind of on my own little island. I don't really want help, but I don't particularly help you that much. So I don't mind if my mid's a bit more farm heavy. So the Quas, that would mean the Quas Exort, but I don't know. The changes to Invoker, he gets a lot more stats, but his orbs are less powerful. The Exort gives less damage, and the Quas gives less regen. So, in terms of exactly how the lane matchups work for Invoker, I have absolutely no clue what the changes have done.
Well, we will find out. As you said, last pick, probably the 4 position. I think...
Yeah, they think they banned away cores. Morphling, Razor. So what does this mean?
Gyro. They flex the gyro to a support, maybe?
Maybe.
That could be cool.
Yeah.
4 gyro, or 5 gyro, 4 Tusk? But then you're not doing the IO Tusk lane.
Yeah, you just put the gyro with the axe.
I see.
Spam rocket, spam hunger.
Yeah, but you're against a Lifestealer.
That's fine.
Well, you're not spamming rockets at that point. Maybe the Witch Doctor's going to get the treatment. Nope, last pick the 4. I really do feel like Gambit... They disrespected VP with this draft. Like, they revealed their cards, and VP... I think preemptively planned for the Axe, right? Like you said, Witch Doctor, I dare you to pick Axe. These strength offlaners that play up in your face, they hate Maledict, man. You usually lack the finishing damage, the finishing blow to deal with the Axes in the early game, and that's what Witch Doctor's for.
Out of all the teams not to respect, Virtus Pro, it's Monaco Gambit. This feels a bit questionable for sure.
Yeah. Agreed.
I'm going with VP heavy on this one.
You know what else is a little questionable? Brian has to cast this game.
That's right. Brian is going to be jumping into the casting spot for Game 3, so he's going to hop on over there. Thank you, Brian. Kyle is very excited. I
love listening to him, man. I'm a sub. To his stream, that is.
It does mean you have to close out the series with some final analysis here, Kyle. You have to actually predict the winner here. You are so confident that Virtus Pro was going to win Game 2.
I got to agree. I got to agree with Brian. They played into their hands. Like they picked Axe into Witch Doctor. They just bumped up all their cores, giving VP effectively, I think, the best 1-2 combination to deal with that lineup. It's the same game, but VP's better prepared, and that last one was pretty close as is.
All right. AS Monaco Gambit is going to stick with what they've managed to win a game against Virtus Pro. That's something, right? I hope so, anyway. BSJ and Owen, take it away for Game 3.
Indeed, let's see if AS Monaco Gambit can take them down twice here in this best of 3 series. As coming in with a very similar draft, no surprises really from AS Monaco Gambit. And as you guys sort of said in the panel, pretty bold thing to do against a team such as VP after VP had the success that they did last time around in the league. But Brian, what do you reckon about this? You think that VP, they're going to have this one figured out and they're not going to let AS Monaco Gambit get away with, again, another attempt with this IO that did work out in Game 2. Didn't have a terrible game in Game 1. Was still able to find the farm. But 3 games in a row, first pick. VP, they're not going to let it sort of take them over twice in a series?
So the IO gyro, it presents this, we're going to set this IO this gyro in front of you, and you have to go on him. And last game, because they had this heavy commitment Ursa carry, they didn't really have a way to make the gyro scared until they had already committed. And that just made, I think, the whole save mechanism, the Tusk and the IO, much easier to execute. But this game, the Invoker changes all of that. I love the pick. It's just such a disruptive hero that not only forces the hero in front to be very scared, but the Tornado breaks the saves. You have the EMP that nobody wants to engage on top of. I just think a fight disruptor was really important for VP, and the Invoker does that perfectly.
Are we going to see sort of the Invoker be able to slow down the Gyro's laning a bit more? GPK last came on the Storm in the 1v1. Wasn't really able to stop no one from getting free farm out the lane. Is it any different this time around with the Invoker against Gyro?
I think Invoker will do way better. I know the matchups for Invoker have drastically shifted, but I'm under the impression that the Storm... You have to be point-blank range for Storm to do all of his damage in the laning phase. And I think that's why the ranged hero and the Gyro did a little bit better than a lot of us expected. But Invoker's not that at all. The Cold Snap EMP, if he goes for the Quas Wex, he still has not decided. Yes, he's going to go for the Quas Wex. Just leveled up the Wex, oddly enough. EMP level 1.
He's going to hit it, so that's a decent bit of mana taken away from Noah. And of course, an excellent zoning tool can mess with Noah when he wants to really question if he commits for that early CS.
Yeah, the securing of the range creep by means of making them run away from it. That's a new one.
And then on these side lanes, last game, your read was pretty good with how good of a game Nightfall was going to be able to have on the Ursa. This time around for him on the carry Lifestealer, are we seeing sort of a similar situation as Game 1 where Nightfall was able to take over with the Lifestealer?
Yeah, Ursa usually uses his defensive mechanism as a response to damage, while Lifestealer pops Rage preemptively, which I think operates a lot better against the VP hero, or against the Gambit heroes, as we do see this IO Tusk lane getting early kills again.
Yeah, first game.
That way every game.
The setup seems to be a little too much. It's always save, bless him. He's always been the one to die a few times in the laning stage. Of course, it doesn't really matter too much. Sure, they did lose the second game, but saving. And all the efforts we've seen so far, having some great plays around that mid-game with the initiations he can get going as a Lion. And the early game, sometimes a little rough there, with the deaths here and there.
And every time I die as support, free TP, man. I tanked it for my carry or my core, and I got to come back to lane for free.
That's true. A little bit of time as well for DM to get in some solo XP.
Exactly.
And we'll see if obviously last time round, in the first game at least, Stream was getting some action, but he wasn't necessarily getting the farm. This time around seems to be getting both. No struggles so far for him in the safe lane. Of course, top lane, likewise in Game 1, Nightfall is having complete farm. Is there likely to be much pressure at all on him in this top lane, or is this just going to continue where the Lifestealer can't really be touched in the laning stage?
Yeah, so last game, the Ursa, the Shadow Shaman plus Axe combo was enough to make it so he had to worry about the +1 rotation, the gyrocopter TPing in with the ultimate at the ready. But Lifestealer, he just doesn't care about any of this stuff. So I think he'll be able to occupy the lane much longer, which will slow down Afterlife, which we saw. He accelerated himself a lot with that creep cutting into the creep camps. I don't think that's going to work this time around against the Maledict plus the phase boots from the Lifestealer coming out pretty early.
See, mid lane matchup. GPK indeed able to get a bit of an edge, and as we're seeing now with the cold snap and the EMP, making it very hard for no one to fight back, as no one he's got one more spell in him and a few seconds with the mana that he has left available, but other than that, completely out of regen to get himself into fighting shape. So GPK having a much better handle of the mid gyro in comparison to what he could do in game 2.
I really do feel, I said disrespect during the draft. They just said, we're going to throw exactly back at you what happened last game, but you get to pick different heroes in case you want to know what went wrong for you. As we see the engagement bottom and save, gets another free TP scroll.
It does indeed. I'll let you know that that was the plan. We'll see DM try for immersion. Just enough burst heal to keep him alive and out to the side. We are seeing a similar situation to the first game, though, with Dream. They are getting the kills, but not able to really freely farm down here. Still struggling to CS against DM's Timbersaw. So it will be a bit of a slow start for him on the farm, as the free farm will indeed continue for Nightfall up top.
Yeah, this is pretty much the Dream Lifestealer game. The only instant disables Rubik, which just isn't nearly as scary as the Shadow Shaman from last game. The Axe call. Let's just bank on the fact that he's going to be quick on the fingers. You should be able to respond to that, even if you don't see him coming originally.
And what did you think sort of the build-up of Nightfall in game 1? Like, are you getting this Maelstrom most of the time, or is Armlet still the way to go? As we saw in the first game, he goes for that Maelstrom build, no Armlet on the build-up.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that. Everyone I've seen has gone for the Armlet, but the Maelstrom Sange, that was like the 1.5 years ago build on Lifestealer. It feels really nice. It accelerates your farm a lot, and the Sange amp healing goes quite well with the Feast. So it's like a build if you feel like you can get away with it. It's kind of like the greedier version. It's Lifestealer's Battle Fury equivalent.
Sure.
It does seem like he is going to go it again. He has the Maelstrom queued up.
I mean, worked for him the first game this series, so no real reason for him to deviate from that progression.
There's no super early threats. They need like the Axe Blink Dagger plus maybe a damage item on the gyro before he feels like he can't farm with impunity. And that's what the Maelstrom, if you're allowed to do that, is great for.
I see instant TP reaction there from Kingslayer and Save as any sort of aggression starts getting utilized against GPK.
They got the lecture from game 1 when their teammates were getting dove underneath tier 1s and nothing was happening, and then Kyle was flaming.
I'm sure, yeah, indeed. Kingslayer is going to make sure he's always got a TP ready this time round. As top lane Nightfall is slowly running down Afterlife. Able to get another touch and get that slow going again. Same time down in the river. Got the move here being made over towards Save. Tornado from GPK comes out, gives Save a bit of time to turn things around. No one, he's trying to live, but he's got to fall. It will bring down Save, but no one dying before any sort of action was found. Immersion having to run, will manage to grab a bounty on the way out. But losing the gyro here in the mid lane as this continues to be just a setup where he's not having the same sort of free start as he did in the second game. Definitely getting punished more this time around by VP.
It's a very similar story to game 1, where the cores of VP just naturally take over the lane they're in, right? Lifestealer will threaten the Axe while it doesn't work the other way around. Same with the Timbersaw against the IO. And you're seeing the Invoker Cold Snap plus Tornado be quite a deterrent to the aggression we saw from no one in game 2. And it just is going to lead to a farm advantage at any point that no kills are happening. And even if kills do happen, they're going to eventually not pay for themselves unless you keep steamrolling them. And so they're up 3-1. But I don't know how to describe it. I just don't like how this game feels for Gambit coming in the mid game. Like, I feel like VP's going to accelerate themselves much quicker.
Nightfall Javelin done. Halfway through on the Maelstrom, and I mean, if you know, for SM Gambit, they know exactly what's going to happen in terms of Nightfall's way that he wants to play this early game, get the Maelstrom and get the farming done. Do you have to look to try and punish that? Like, well, what do you do about this lifestealer? Or can you not really make plays into him at the moment?
Usually the punish is on the enemy mid. Usually you take out the fact that lifestealer is not going to really participate in the game. We can't really do much to this guy. Let's pick on the mid, as you see here. This is exactly what I would like to see. They're going to go on to GPK in the mid lane.
Straight aggression coming in. Save isn't in time. GPK, he's still alive, and with the support backup, they're going to be able to look to turn it as they bring down no one. GPK still living here as Immersion didn't have quite enough damage in the tank to take him down. As Immersion and no one will both get punished for that dive. So, as you say, ASM Gambit doing what you want to see. Problem is, VP, they do have the answer for that. They knew that that was going to be what ASM Gambit pushed for. They've got a draft that succeeds in turning around those efforts.
So often on the analyst desk, we talk about how it's more important that the team knows how to play around the hero than the individual knows how to play the hero. And that was a perfect example where VP knows that because they have a lifestealer, their mid laner is going to get picked on a lot.
GPK is able to get the cold snap set up into the stun. They've caught Afterlife. There's even Nightfall able to swing across, get involved in a bit of XP and gold.
This is why Invoker's so good against Axe. Axe loves to play the enemy jungle. He loves to cut creep waves and play for that extra efficiency. You just can't do it against Invoker. Like, Invoker plus 1 or 2 heroes, in that case 3, is just always going to bring you down. And that really stunts the Axe's Blink Dagger timing, which is crucial to ever threatening this lifestealer. Quickly, the net worth has shifted in favor of VP. And I was just going to say that they know, because lifestealer is independent top, they're going to pick on GPK. You saw all of VP, the entirety, ready to help him mid. No hesitation. It's just really well played.
And we're seeing this from no one. I mean, this has never got to feel good, but would you agree it is necessary going for the treads? And he's queuing up immediately the BKB as his first item.
Against Invoker, yes. Sadly, Gyrocopter doesn't have any innate survivability. If he gets Cold Snap into Tornado, he's going to die to any sort of follow-up. So the BKB, an absolute necessity. But like you said, you are not excited to be rushing a BKB.
Of course, still going to take him a bit of time to get it. We'll see VP now getting aggressive as they come over to the jungle of ASM Gambit. Maybe see if they can get a setup on mid. GPK. Has he got enough control there for Immersion? Not quite. Will manage to burn the mana, but stick charges are ready, and it's enough for Immersion to get the shards out. They'll turn towards GPK. Cooldown coming in. GPK is still with the Tornado and has the backup of save. He's in the midst of it all. DM TP's over. GPK will fall. They get the kill onto the Invoker. As ASM Gambit will manage to keep one another alive. They get the kill. They get out of there. This time, bringing in the full 5-man to get the job done. Make sure they have that damage, and VP are unable to protect GPK this time round.
Yeah, 3 wasn't enough last time. Time to bring in all the people. As I actually think VP might be able to turn that into a tower, because Rubik's still level 5. Gyro doesn't have his ultimate because he just used it. And even Tusk, the supports are actually starved on Gambit's side right now. And they see this. VP feels like they are much stronger despite being slightly down in terms of net worth. Io's still working on that Ag Scepter. Helm Dom is like a nice farming tool, but it doesn't really help you in fights. Nobody on the side of Gambit wants to fight, and VP recognizing that very well. Axe is getting his farm top, halfway to a Blink Dagger.
Quick objectives though. 2 tier 1s taken away already here, 11 minutes in.
And now Lion gets to farm top. This is the dream for a 4-position Lion. Just farming underneath his tier 1 tower. They might look to dive him soon. I think they have to punish this. If you ever get to see a support just farming the most dangerous area on the map by himself, that cannot be allowed.
Yeah, they're straight up there. Dream's ready to back them up as well, as they'll look for an opportunity to dive in on save.
Well, save, he TP'd here. He needs a free version to get back.
Oh, look at these TP backups coming in. They're not going to let save die today, as VP in immediately, taking down Seneko. As the rest of SM Gambit, they've got to back off. VP just making sure that nothing is given away, even able to get the deny as well on the tower to take that away from Gambit.
Yeah, their early game movements, they are just reading Gambit. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. And Lifestealer mirroring the movements of the rest of his team. Earlier he played top, but since his team has already taken bottom tier 1 and mid tier 1, they don't really have anything to play for on VP down there. So now he's going to occupy that area. And Lifestealer doesn't tend to participate very often early, but he's happy to get smoke ganked towards, and that's exactly what they're going to do here.
Finding a lovely little bonus there as he takes down the helm of the Dome Creep. Plus 100 for him, and no one's been found. They've swept into the jungle, and he's been caught completely alone here.
Yeah, really clean movement. Surprised they let that work on the side of Gambit because there were 5 creeps hitting the mid-tier 1 for VP. So they have to assume VP was trying to do something because nobody was farming those creeps. Lifestealer is just cutting creeps behind a tier 2.
And Nightfall's been able to choose wherever he wants to be so far, and they've not been able to punish him. We'll see them try to do so now. They're in with the smoke. Should they catch Nightfall by surprise? Is he ready for this one? He's heading away. Shard's actually off the mark here. An extra bit of a boost. He's away. They don't get the catch, and they really needed it there. ASM Gambit.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering when you're supposed to go Maelstrom or a farming item, when you can find behind tier 2s.
We're gonna have Afterlife. Gonna come in with the blink reveal onto save, and we'll grant them the kill.
Looks like they still want to fight this on the side of VP.
Snako. It's gonna get jumped here as they close the gap. And they're in with the rage. Snako's gone. Double kill for Kingslayer, actually. He's the one to pick up the 2 kills here. There's 2 down on ASM Gambit. They've got to be careful. No one. Just be very, very cautious there as the cold snap comes out onto him. As he backs off. Still struggling to turn and get back into the action against VP right now.
Yeah, I just don't know. You see the net worth in favor of Gambit. I don't know if you want that net worth on an Axe. Like, he's not going to be the one that wins you the game. It's going to be this IO gyro combo. And they are just not sitting pretty in comparison to the cores of VP.
GPK, he's found the setup onto the Axe. He's coming in with a cold snap. EMP down, forcing them to split.
Is that a courier? What did he dunk just now? I think he dunked a jungle creep in order to get out there. That was smart.
Wow, save his life. As Afterlife makes it out of there despite VP getting the jump from the high ground. Some nice stacks here for Dream. Aghanim's about halfway done. Still having, I think, probably the slowest of the games here out of the 2 we've had so far from the carrier. VP being able to make this opening a little tougher for Dream this time round.
This will be their timing, absolutely. As I said, the Axe being the #1 net worth is a problem, but this IO now has taken that over because of those stacks, and once he hits that timing, if they get that 1 crucial kill on the Lifestealer, I think that's the biggest thing I'm going to emphasize, the 1 crucial kill, because Lifestealer, the way he's farming aggressively on the map by himself all the time, once you kill him once, he's not able to do that anymore.
Now we'll see again, and indeed you're right, Afterlife, it was the last neutral from the small camp left living, and barely on any HP as well there. So very fortunate for it to still be standing as he's able to get that boost to get out of the action. Back in the action though, Snako's been found.
Yeah, scouting out the bottom rune, happened to run into 4 VP heroes there. I was just scouting the rune, guys. I got myself a free TP. Just giving you guys an inside look on the comms of Gambit there.
On the support life, yeah.
Yeah. He's actually queuing up a Midas on GPK. What that tells me is they plan to have the pace of the game slow down a little bit.
And when you look at the lineups, you just sort of feel that this Lifestealer will ultimately out-carry anything that ASM Gambit have as it goes on?
I don't necessarily know about that.
Okay.
If he's allowed to continuously free farm like he is, yes. But if they win that 1 or 2 crucial engagements on the side of Gambit, no. Because the map control of this lineup is pretty nutty. You have the pick-off potential of the Axe combined with the relocate of the IO. You have the physical damage boost of the Tusk, so you can get Roche very quickly if you do get 1 or 2 kills. They have to be very careful. If you're playing against IO, 1 lost fight can instantly turn the tides of the map control. As they are looking to actually force it here with the smoke.
TM's just charging straight in. So what sort of reaction he can get already onto the mid to get the jump onto Snake. Afterlife's going to try and come in with the counter play. Comes in with a call. Save's still able to get the finger off though, and that'll set up for VP to take down the both of them.
Did he get the finger damage? Don't know.
I think he did. Yeah, I think that probably was the first one he got this game. 2 quick moves there, despite Afterlife's attempt to turn things around as he came in with the call. Not enough backup, as it were, to get anything more than just the Lion.
It just feels so bad to blink in this game as an Axe. I think Kyle was talking about how good Invoker is against the Axe. Not only can you make it difficult for him to blink with abilities like Cold Snap that poke him with that small instances of damage, but you have like the free Yule's counter. You know, everyone tries to buy 1 Yule Scepter against the Axe, so you lift him up in the air. You just have that built in with the Tornado. You can't go for the Blade Mail on Axe because it's not going to be reliably returning the damage against a Lifestealer with the Rage and the Tornado to break up the combo. So he's probably going to have to go for a BKB. He actually decides to finish the phase. I was a bit surprised if he was going to do that. He desperately needs a BKB this game. Just like no one who did go for the drums for the BKB. So he elected to delay that. I think it's kind of cost him a little bit though, just like that last death.
See GPK on the hunt. And they know it. Straight out.
Yeah, when a Lifestealer is using Rage to look for you, he feels pretty safe.
He's going to have a full basher as well now. So he gets on top of anyone Nightfall. They're going to really struggle to run away. The Aghanims is done on Dream, so his potential in the fights has now stepped up.
This is a nice neutral item for Lifestealer. He's got the Quicksilver Amulet, the move speed. We were talking about his ability to get on top of these ranged cores. Sometimes those neutral items, they can just be exactly what you wish for.
No, for sure, yeah, the Quicksilver. I think it always just feels like a nice one on any of these Agi carries.
Now they got the Blink Dagger Lion. He's infested. What are they going to do with it? Where is he going?
Oh, we saw the moves that they were able to do with this combo in game 1, and they were pretty deadly.
Looks like a smoke gearing up. Does somebody have one? Yep. Witch Doctor has taken it out of the backpack. Make sure he pings the cooldown so the rest of the team knows what's going on and why we're just sitting here.
Snako, I don't think he's ready for this.
I think he's happy to tank a 4-man smoke gank. They want more. Oh, they're looking. Afterlife actually narrowly blinked away.
Oh, but GPK's going to get gone on because of this. They're going to head back over to save GPK as the cooldown's coming in. GPK is going to get Lotus, and they don't have enough burst damage in the combo. Cold Snap's onto no one. They're going to stop the escape for Snako. Snako goes down. They catch no one in the trees. As VP, they're able to swing back over. Protect GPK is just a little too tanky at this stage for ASM Gambit to commit on and take down. It wasn't even that close. That they couldn't kill this Invoker in time.
That's the stats, man. That's the stats from the Quas. He now has an extra, I believe, 10 strength. That probably made the difference, right? Because he would have been in a burstable range, and they would have been happy to commit onto him. As they're going to now turn it into a Roche. With the Alacrity, buffing up the Lifestealer. Usually not the best Roche taker, but Timbersaw's here to tank it up. As long as you're sitting at full HP, you're not too afraid of any contest from Gambit. They look content to let it go, as Io just completed his Zags. Axe is farming a lane top, so they feel very safe.
In fact, they're going to look to try and punish him. They're going to keep going for Roche and look to make the
greedy play. Yeah.
Afterlife knows, though. He's into the trees. See how deep VP goes searching for him, though.
He might feel a bit safer just because they were doing Roche, and he wouldn't expect them to be chasing him simultaneously.
See if he reveals himself on the next wave.
They are so patient. They know if he's going to go somewhere, it's here. Oh, he's going to go for the next one. The battle of the patience.
That's smart. They just say, don't go for the first, go for the second.
Wait, he's trying to wrap around. He's going to run into an Invoke. Oh. Okay.
All right, he tries to go for save. Assumes that save is on his own. He's not. The backup's there, ready and waiting. GPK was hidden in the trees. As Afterlife, he'll slowly but surely fall. Nightfall actually able to come in and claim the kill for himself.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think they might have done that intentionally. I think you get into the mind of the Axe and you just see this Lion farming the safe lane there. You're just like, what? What is this guy doing? I guess I'll kill him. And instead, it's just a Lion he's a dangler.
Yeah.
The Invoker was there to tangle.
Massively successful. And now they're quick to make moves down bottom. Saves bringing Nightfall over to the bottom half of the map. Snako and Dream, they've got to run.
He's infested. He's zooming. 450 move speed. Find Hex.
Close. They had the angle, but not the timing.
And that's when you know he doesn't have quick cast, because you'd just be spamming Hex on the ground. The second you see somebody, they'd get hexed. Going for the Scotty. I've been seeing this in Lifestealers in EU. They've been going for the Scotty as a Abyssal Blade substitution. Makes even more sense against heal heroes such as the IO.
No one. He has got a BKB. He's not going to get the chance to use it. The snowball save comes in, but he's already gone. As he goes down, they get the call off onto the two of them. Stave's still able to get the stun out onto the two of them. Sets him perfectly for Kingslayer to lay down the death ward. As that's 3 down. Dream's trying to run. He will manage to juke the tornado, but they're in with the cold snap. He's going to need a helping hand. Is there anybody to come over and help? There isn't. Snakeo's elsewhere. He can't get over here. Dream goes down. Triple kill for GPK as VP. They're just back on the level you'd expect from this squad. Just a little too quick for ASM Gambit to do anything about. No one getting caught, farming the small camp, and just holding onto the BKB, not finding an opportunity to pop it as he allows himself to get jumped, hexed, locked down permanently by Virtus Pro.
You are not going to beat a team of VP's caliber with the same thing twice in a row. I just don't think they will allow you to do that. They're going to make the right adjustments, and you're seeing the impact that this Invoker has. He single-handedly carried this fight. Like, all the other heroes are the exact same from
GPK.
last game, and yet the fights are going drastically different. I'm not saying everyone else on his team is not playing well. You're just seeing the spells of Invoker, the counter-initiation threat, as well as just the poke. Like, Gyro, he has a BKB. He's brought down to half before he even wants to use it, and then suddenly he gets hexed and bursted. No. That's exactly what makes it difficult for Gyro to play his game, similar to what we saw from the Ursa in Game 2 for VP. And Nightfall, he's just been living in his own little world. Independent, farming, the absolute dream for any carry hero. And now he's just connected to his team. And they just control the entire map at this point.
And they're heading up towards the top. ASM Gambit. I don't know if they want to stick around and maybe hoping to try and get a jump on one hero. A VP are prepared for this sort of move. There's Immersion. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the others bail on him. Afterlife and no one. It's probably in their best interest to just leave this area.
That's actually a pretty big kill. He was 200 gold off of a blink.
And they still no one. Okay, no one's got it. He's got the BKB and CP out.
That's his. Was that his 9-second BKB?
I think that was
so.
the first usage, right? It was. It was indeed.
Oof.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So weird to see a 9-second BKB be his first usage. As they immediately TP bottom, super fast rotation from VP, infested on the line, GPK scouting out, but seems like they're ready for this.
Yeah, TPs are coming in from ASM Gambit. GPK is going to try and set things up onto Dream. Down. Oh, he was ready for that save. An instant hex onto Afterlife as Afterlife attempts to jump them. He was ready, and now VP DM is chasing on Sunstrike. Boom! GPK keeping it flashy here, as there's no escape for no one. Some very deserved tips there coming out from the squad over towards GPK. As
they know he's coming back.
They do.
They're just waiting for him.
His base ain't safe. As there's going to be 2 buybacks coming out. They're going to try their best to save Dream. Snowball from Immersion buys him some time, but the cast is out. Bouncing out between the two of them. VP will respect that. They'll back off for now. The taunt is there. They've caught GPK.
And they immediately need more. They know this is not good enough. They bought back 2 heroes for this.
See what more they can get out of it. TP outs already being done by VP. Kingslayer, he doesn't have a TP though. So he's got to run.
You know how he gets a TP?
Radiant are scanning.
He may just indeed start that process right here. And he will.
There it is, right there.
There he is.
If you guys ever don't have a TP, this is what you get. Honestly, it's kind of like some sick way to remind you that you were supposed to have a TP.
I mean, to his credit, his TP was still on cooldown. As he died, he got the new one, it had a couple of seconds on. So, you know.
Say that, man.
Well, you got to call out these people with no TPs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Scardy down the drain. That's pretty big. That's got to hurt, right? I mean, it never feels good, regardless of how far ahead you are. If your item's put on the sidelines for 3 minutes.
No, that's 5,000 of their net worth. Like, yeah, he still has one of the ultimate orbs, but like, if you look at Lifestealers' net worth right now, it's effectively at 10,000.
That's a big hit. Nice courier snipe from ASM Gambit.
Now it's his first big item. He's got like 3 half items. He's got a Maelstrom, a Sange, and a Basher.
And they got
really
DD.
was his first big item. Going for the butterfly on gyro. But they actually want to go.
Oh, save a Nightfall there, but Afterlife's having to jump and get the call onto the two of them. Immersion goes straight away over towards save. They bring him down. No one's in with the BKB and the DDs bring them down low. TM's got to run. And they're chasing him down here. No one is able to find it. Takes down another. But Nightfall, he's still in a pretty healthy position. A lot of HP amount to work with. Bash comes out first hit onto Seneko.
Who needs Abyssal? You can just first hit Bash.
Dream.
Oh, not again.
He's going to be on his way back over. Is he going to have anything to tether to? Maledict down. Dream. He's going to get caught there by the cold snap. No chance to jump back to safety as VP will continue to come out on top of the fight. Just still a little bit too much for them to deal with. Even in a situation where no one, he had the DD. Unfortunately for himself, getting the courier out of there nearly gets taken down, and that did have his Eagle song on. But the game continuing to get harder and harder for ASM Gambit. Down 26 to 10, 11k lead for VP.
Which one is he going to finish? Is he going to finish the Mjolnir? Is he going to finish the Sange and Yasha? Or is he going to finish the Abyssal?
SMY, final answer.
I agree with that. I agree. This is, for me, the most sensible part of this game. Because I believe no one... He's in no man's land down here.
He's got the BKB TP, and that will get him out. BKB, TP, he's good. He's golden.
The wave too, not so bad. Gets a Forge Spirit to boot. Would you trade a BKB charge for 400 gold?
Absolutely, I think absolutely. I think a long duration BKB is overrated.
I mean, he's already down to 6. So
yeah, for sure. Then.
Now it's like it's like the reverse of diminishing return. You got like your freebie.
And in all honesty, the cooldown of a BKB, I know 75, it sounds like a long time, but in these games, you know, when the stakes are high,
having fun.
Yeah, the amount of times that you sort of watch games and another fight happens when a core still has a BKB on cooldown seems to, you know, that doesn't happen that much, you know what I mean? Most of the time, teams are good at setting things up to buy time for the cores to get their BKB back up. With the breaks between sort of the skirmishes.
Yeah, Roche, I think, is the only way they really could have punished that, and it's not up yet. As he's going for an MKB on the Lifestealer. I don't mind that, so he's not completing any of his half items.
Yeah, needs it. Butterfly's up. Or soon to be up on no one. Yeah, he's still a halberd away, but it will be there. And you would imagine that indeed a halberd is going to be on the down the line coming out for Dream once again. The same build that he's been going for. Needing that chance to punch through it. It's going to ASM Gambit definitely being much more cautious now. Not seeing them getting caught out too much, no one's staying safe, and now they'll try and move out as a unit.
I'm pretty sure Axe has gained 2,000 net worth in like 18 minutes.
Yeah, it has been a slow game.
Pretty sure he had those exact items like 16 to 18 minutes ago.
There we have it. Ooh, Lotus will give them the chance to turn things around with a snowball over to the side. No one commits it with the BKB, but the Cataclysm comes crashing down. Save will fall. Buyback straight away from Dream. No one. Maledict's on him. Chaos Meteor coming down as well. He's charging over towards Nightfall. They've got the chainstone with the homing missile, but do they have the damage? Punch up onto Nightfall. Can they kill him off? They can. They bring down Nightfall, but DM cuts across with the Timber Chain, grabs the triple kill, turns towards Immersion as it's a third hero dead on ASM Gambit. Seneko also to fall as GPK takes him out. Gem hits the floor.
I was wondering why that right click did so much damage on GPK, but he has the enchanted quiver, so that answered my question. As Lifestealer, he's just he's like the distraction carry. The real carry is in the back lines, the Invoker. The nice thing about this Lifestealer Invoker combo this game is that Lifestealer is enough of a threat that you can't afford to ignore him. But he's tanky enough that if you try to commit to kill him, Invoker's going to clean you up afterwards. So just a hard game, really, for Gambit to execute in these fights, as DR did have to buy back there.
I did. I believe there are two buybacks, in fact, being used. Yeah, both Dream and Immersion in that last fight. So an expensive attempt from ASM Gambit to save the situation.
Roche is up.
That's going to be very hard for ASM Gambit to contest. Going for the heart next, Dream. continue to just tank up and try and get himself into a state where they won't quite have the burst.
Playing against Blink, Etherland's Lion is just so hard as any hero in the game of Dota. So much lockdown, such long range. Oh, he's even got the 70 max health per finger of death kill.
How many stats has he got?
He's at 3.
He's got 3? I mean, it adds up very nicely. It's a big number, plus 70.
Wait. I think he gets health for that. Is that how that...
Wait, what are you on about?
Yeah,
Brian, that's literally what it says. What are you asking?
I was so confused. Is that a new talent?
Yeah, it is a new talent. It's a 7.29. Yeah, not only are you stacking up damage, dude, you're getting plus 70 health with each stack of the finger.
Dude, that's OP.
Yeah. You're going to get some tanky boy Lions. It's already 210 extra HP. That's a considerable amount.
I'm going into an unranked party queue game, and I'm playing
mid-line.
I'm going to have like 7,000 HP.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely.
That's my goal.
Mid-line is on the table.
Got to do the Ana camp fountain for like 30 minutes as I get infinite health. I feel like Lion scales better in health than Pudge. That's crazy.
Yeah, with that amount of... He absolutely does. I do hope we'll see one of these games at our core line. I mean,
or just a late enough game where the Lion has like 20 finger kills. He has literally no items with 5,000 HP. That's what I'd be down.
Well, we'll definitely get that. I mean, with the frequency of Lion picks, I mean, this hero very much, we were seeing it every game, VP getting it for save, valuing the Lion as a hero very highly, and completely understandable why. I mean, we saw last patch the strength of these good players with the hexes, and sure, some sort of cast range has been taken out of the game here and there, but ultimately the concept still is as strong as ever, having such a solid instant initiation that heroes like Lion and Shaman can offer. And there we have it. Again, the jumps there. They do have the counter play of Immersion coming in with a snowball. Gives no one the chance to put the BKB, but Nightfall's on top of the gyro. No one goes down. He's out of the game for 75 seconds. No buyback. Over towards Dream they head. He'll put the BKB, and they'll be able to run him down. Dream, has he got any way of getting out of this? He's got a tether in a second. He's back over towards the fountain. Dream will manage to keep himself alive, but Afterlife's taken down by save. They're even thinking about doing the fountain diving here. Nightfall, he's in. He's able to get the kill, get out. Afterlife will buy back. Actually able to get the grab and the call onto GPK. They'll get punished for the fountain dive here as GPK will go down.
In-game a gym. Here you go, guys. Right in front of the base. Special delivery.
It is all down to Snake on Afterlife, though, to stop this. As VP still with the 4 members alive. There's no trouble of taking down the mid-racks up towards the top. Immersion back in 5 seconds. But, of course, Nightfall still with the Aegis for 2 minutes.
Timbershaw's shard was already good enough, and they just gave it building damage.
I mean, DM, he would have had a huge smile reading the patch notes. He was one of the Timbersaws that was always buying the shard anyway in the previous patch. Usually gets it rather early as well. And now just an extra reason to do so. So we have 2 sets of racks, 25k lead. It's getting to that territory of a game where chances for this to be any sort of a comeback, it's going to lie on no one maybe getting a rapier. He's a long way away from that and still doesn't quite have the butterfly. Imagine he must have the evasion, talisman of evasion on the courier. It's dead for 20 seconds, otherwise I don't know where his gold is. We'll see in a second when that respawns. Yeah, but his game has been slowed down considerably.
So Lifestealer did have the Sanj and Yasha queued up, but he actually is going for the Abyssal Blade first.
All right.
So we were both wrong there.
We were indeed.
I'm telling you, that item feels so bad, Abyssal Blade. We all got spoiled as players for so long.
Yeah, but I mean, it was so... I mean, it was ridiculous. Why did it ever have a blink component without a blink component in the builder, you know?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did in Dota 2. Abyssal Blade previous patch was insane. Like, it's good. It's a through BKB lockdown. Why does it need the ability to close the gap? Definitely one of those things that I think was an absolutely needed
Sometimes
change.
you don't need a why. It just needs to be that way, you know?
You know, carries for sure still going to build it. You know, that nerf, sure, as you said, you're going to miss it, but it's still going to be a necessity in a lot of builds for that hard-hitting lockdown.
And this is the difference between last game.
Oh, look at this Nightfall. He's on to no one. He's going to need some save here. Afterlife's going to jump in with a call. Cataclysm coming down. This cast bouncing back over Afterlife. Afterlife goes down. Immersion will fall. 2 dead. As Nightfall will continue to push on. ASM Gambit, can they do anything between the 3 of them? Trying their best to push back. The Lifestealer doing that stolen deafening blast from Seneko. Nightfall rages back up. It's going to move on to Dream. Saves coming in, but Dream will manage to put the BKB tether off to the side. He'll live. Nightfall jumps into DM. They jump back out. No one's not got a BKB ready to pop again. He's down for over a minute as they're ready to start diving towards the base. In they go. On to Dream. GG. It is called. In fact, a question mark being dropped there by Nightfall. I'll be honest, not as good as the original question mark. I feel, he's trying to be a bit of a poser here. Just, there we go. VP, they will get the win. And the series, it is theirs as game 3, very much looking like the VP that we are expecting to see here in the league. They were dominant last season, and these are sort of the performances that you just expect from this caliber of a squad.
Yeah, I think in 2 words they said disrespect this, with that draft coming out from Gambit.
Yeah. I guess, that's probably what the question mark was towards the draft.
I actually think it was. Yeah. They said, you really think we couldn't figure out what to do against that after 1 game of you beating us? So I hats off to VP, taking the series. Gambit, they caught him off guard, but one strategy is not good enough coming into a best of 3.
No, not at all. They feel that they found something that's strong against them. And as you say, 2 times, it isn't going to get past VP as VP solidly pull out a strong Game 3 victory. GPK popping off. Excellent Invoker performance coming in as he handles the complete game, really. 13, 3, and 23 involved in staggering 36 of the 42 kills. Some fantastic moves from him. As there we go. VP, the series is theirs. 2-1 against ASM Gambit.
You think you could just disrespect Virtus Pro like that? Listen, these guys may have gotten 8th at the major, but they are still the kings of this region. And they're going to remain so as we are going to go to a break and then break down this series. Virtus Pro take it to 2-1. You run the same kind of draft 3 times in a row, and you got to figure a top-tier team like Virtus Pro is going to figure out how to beat, and they certainly did. They did it 2 different times in this game 3. It was probably the most one-sided of all of them, and once again, led off by a very strong DM Timbersaw. He just showed up to this game and certainly seemed like a good answer to everything that AS Monaco Gambit was trying to run. Still, though, shout out to Gambit for being able to take a game off of Virtus Pro, but VP is still the top dogs. I've got BSJ and Kyle here to be able to break down the series with me. BSJ, you had some fun casting that. Sounded like you were having a good time with Owen. It kind of felt a little bit one-sided, right? It didn't feel like AS Monaco Gambit had too much to do.
But what worked so well for them was the momentum that no one had in the mid lane, and it just didn't happen that game. Like, the early kill attempts on the Invoker didn't work out. VP was clearly ready for it this time. They brought like 3 or 4 heroes every single time something happened in the mid lane, and no one just got shut down, man. I don't know. The guy just looks completely different when he's controlling the pace of the game compared to not.
Him and Limp have always been like the same player, in my view. Their hero pools have a ton of overlap, and they are so dominant when they get in charge of a game. And when they aren't, they can look a bit lost. Although in this case, I don't really think that's his fault. They drafted the same thing. Yeah. But Lifestealer versus Ursa. Lifestealer, you're not killing this hero in this. Like, there's no gyro rotation to the enemy safe lane like you can pull off against an Ursa. It's a Lifestealer with Rage. You can ignore everything in your draft. Much better against the Axe. 1v on the landing phase as well. And a Quaspex Invoker. Absolute best counter initiation in Dota.
Do we really feel the Lifestealer changes that came with the recent patch? Do we feel like this is going to be a top-tier carry again? Because he really didn't show up last season until like 1 or 2 games at the major, right?
Yeah, I think it all adds up. Yeah, I think it all adds up. It's 12 damage per 1,000 health that you have. So in the late game, he's getting like 25 to 30 free damage, and it's also like it's just that much more to put you over the edge. They buffed his shard as well, which gives him like the Bloodseeker effect, where you get like 2% of their max health as damage for everyone who's attacking. Little buffs like that, especially on a hero whose pure issue in the late game was damage, it's usually enough to push them over the edge. And I think we'll see a lot more of it.
Now, Kyle, you have a lot of experience captaining and drafting for teams. Why do you think AS Monaco Gambit did stick with the same strat 3 different times? Do you feel like some of this has to do with the new patch, that they figured out something they thought was good and just kind of like stuck with it? Or
I'm not a huge fan. I think if you win with it, by all means, hey, beat us. Like, try your best. But they were beat. I just don't think you can do that.
It would have been different game 1 to game 2, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Like, if they had won game 1, do it again game 2, beat us. Okay, we'll change it up in game 3. But
yeah, it's like there's a baseball rule. You never want to make the first or third out at third base. Okay, same deal. You can play that second game. That's free. You win the first, the second game's free. But in this scenario, this was must win. And I don't think that you had discovered something that was nigh unbeatable. This wasn't this is an Oracle Huskar. Like, yeah, they can't stop us. This was just a solid draft that had weaknesses.
Well, I don't know too much about sports stars, but I do know we've got a superstar of our own here in the making. We've got DM who's going to be joining us from VP. DM, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. You
hear me well?
Yeah,
perfect.
We can hear you. Yeah, you sound great. So I'm going to let you know, DM, my panelists, they're cowards. So I'm going to have to take the tough question here. I'm going to go roll it back here. I'm going to ask what happened at the major.
If I'm honest, there was epileptic kid's illness that didn't let us scrim before the major, So we had only like 1 or 2 days preparing with epileptic kid. And our ILTV strats that we managed to get in 4 days of scrims were completely not usable with our main carry player. Like ILTV playstyle and hero pool is quite different. So it's like we're practicing, we're getting some strats, and then our carry fights the illness and he's totally fine again. And then it's just no strats to play with. So when you're playing without any strats, you're not even feeling comfortable,
That does explain a lot from our perspective, because we all agreed you guys look to be an incredibly strong team. We thought you guys were going to do great at the major, and that does explain some things. Kyle, I know you wanted to ask a little bit about this series.
Oh, yeah. In that third game, were you guys kind of surprised? Do you feel like there was some disrespect shown that they had the audacity to draft the exact same 3 cores against you, even taking Axe? You guys pick Witch Doctor, they go Axe anyway. I feel like you had to be smiling.
I mean, the thing is, we had almost no scrim days before this game and tournament because we just moved to our bootcamp and patches came out. And like every good team we scrimmed with, they already have the schedule without us in it. So maybe they had also no scrims, and they're just using their old strats that they used at Major. You know, Wisp Tusker is main Wisp strat for Major, and maybe they still think it's strong and they just use it. So we just had to reply on it, and I think our replies were okay. Even the second game, I think it would be kinda nice game. They just did over-rotate us early on.
Yeah.
I mean, no one Chirocopter over-rotated us on map.
Well, I see you buying Ag Shard on Timbersaw pretty much right around the 20-minute mark. And I would just ask you, from your perspective on this patch, like how much impact on the meta and balance of the game do you think the Ag Shards have?
I think that some Ag Shards probably totally changing the game. I cannot call the exact ones because I think it's just not a good point to do. But surely some heroes get totally broke at level 20. Maybe we can say Timber is one of them. Maybe not. Depends on the Timber player who play with Shard, who play without. I mean, if I have a position when I can buy only Pipe on 20 and Shard, I think I get Pipe. So that's about it.
Well, you certainly made the
Pipe and Shard, so yeah.
Well, you certainly made the Shard look really good. All right, now I've got the softball. What do you think about the patch? Are you enjoying it? Do you like it? Do you like the changes? Anything you dislike?
I think patch is really good. The last Major showed us that aggressive style can be really useful to play with. Even, you know, the teams like Neon that were Black Horses, they did really well with their aggressive playstyle. And then Ice Rock probably just seeing this and saying, okay, let's make aggressive style real meta. It's fun and it's good to watch. So nowadays I think patch is about fighting and taking fights well with early on strong heroes. That's it. I like it, yeah. But as I said before, I had almost 0 scrims before the game, so I can say how good it's in competitive Dota. But in public, it's okay.
All right. Well, congratulations on the strong start to Season 2. Hopefully, you'll be able to get some more scrims, and I'm looking forward to see you guys get even stronger as the season continues.
I really hope so. We'll have scrimming.
All right. Thanks for joining us, DM.
Our old friend Master Poupée gonna scrim us again.
We'll see him on Saturday. We'll put in a good word for you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, DM.
Thanks.
Always a pleasure to be able to talk to that guy. He's just so eloquent about his thoughts about
seriously.
Dota in general.
This is the first time we've had a player like talking over us. Typically, it's like pulling water out of a stone. But yeah, I talk to DM anytime. Good guy. Played really well too. I think his Timber was ideal. And the cool thing about Shard on Timber, it's like, you know, this is just this new ability. It's similar to the Jug Shard. It's just more damage. Like, it's this item that gives you more spell damage, which is, it's a new ability. Like, that does seem kind of broken in theory. He was picking it up pre-22 minutes. So
especially on heroes that farm really fast, like Timber. Yeah. You don't really have, your problem isn't the amount of gold you accrue, it's the impact of the gold you get. And the Shard just for 1,400 gold is pretty insane value.
Well, Virtus Pro taking this victory, that means they are going to be top of the standings, which we're going to take a quick look at it and just check out some of the teams that are also still in.
Gambit in last place.
Yep.
They're crumbling.
We did say that this series was going to be particularly important. This is, again, important. Last season, the first seed and third seed. So AS Monaco Gambit is going to be kicking themselves for losing this. It does mean that they're going to have to not just take down everybody else in this pool, but in particular, they need to be able to prove that they can beat Na'Vi if they want to be able to have a shot at being first or second and not being stuck in the wild cards, which we saw from the Major. Wild cards are no joke.
We talked about it before the series, but let's just ask the final question. Do you think it was better opportunity for Gambit to play them first series, or do you think it would have been better for them to play like 5th or 6th later on in the season?
I mean, it sounded like with the way the GM was talking, this was the best opportunity to be able to take down Virtus Pro. No scrimming for the Major, not being able to get scrims when you come back.
Which is a little spooky. This is the worst VP is going to be all year. That was not bad.
Yeah, so we should definitely look ahead at the schedule and see who's going to be playing against Virtus Pro coming up this week and next week, and who's going to be playing tomorrow, as we've got Team Spirit, who's going to be matched up against Na'Vi, and then Extremum is going to be having a matchup against the showcase here from Windstrike. So lower division team is finally going to be debuting here at the Eastern European DPC, and we'll see how they match up against the upper division teams. And I think we all kind of agreed that we're expecting them to do better than Empire No Techies from last season.
This is real. This is a real deal. A lot of unknowns, but I think that they've definitely demonstrated they've got the stuff. And if you look at this VP lineup as well, you know, these guys weren't somebodies until the VP Prodigy team. They became main roster. Suddenly they're best out. I think this is the truth and the way that you need to build a Dota team nowadays. You need people no one's ever heard of. You know, think about the superstars in our game. Sumel, Miracle, GH. Where'd they come from?
It's not more so important that we've never heard of them. It's that they know each other. Like they've heard of they've played together. They know each other's play styles. They feel each other out in the game, because a lot of Dota, we talk about a feel, we talk about matchups, but it's like if you make a play, you know that teammate's going to follow you up, that you know that they're on the same page as you, and it goes a long way. And we saw it with OG at TI at the highest level, and we see it here with players like this that now suddenly, like you said,
you see it here on this panel at the lowest level.
I don't even know what he means by that.
It means we had a good matchup.
One last shot before we go, it seems, from Kyle.
Okay. I thought that was a flame. I was okay. I like it.
There we go. Why you always think the worst of me, man?
It's kind of understandable. All right, that is going to be it. It was just one best of 3, but as you heard from my panelists, there is a lot of stories that are going to develop here for the Eastern European DPC. You do not want to miss out. So join us more tomorrow for more DPC action.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know, why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop, my team pop. Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that poofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi run it up.